Happy to be here.
I am glad that you are here because this is something that the feedback from yesterday has been so good. And I know a lot of people are very interested in hearing about it. And you're going to speak to us about something that is very important. And I don't think I've heard too many men speak about it. So I'm glad, man to man, person to person, you can share your experiences when it comes to childhood trauma. So, Jamie, introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Jamie, a social psychologist, author, speaker, life coach, all those good things. Um, I wanted to start off with a question and see what you guys think. See what your guess is on the answer to this question. So I want to introduce very briefly four people to you, and you think of what they might have in common. Number one, a woman who falls in love very quickly, but then abandons the relationship because she fears vulnerability. Two, a man, generalized anxiety disorder, who finds it difficult to go after his dreams because he has such a fear of failure. A woman struggling with heart disease and obesity, even though she's had some success with several diet programs. And lastly, a man serving his third term in prison. He's lost his job and his family. So, what might those people have in common? Is it age? Is it race? Is it gender? Location? Maybe income level? Nope, that's not it. It's childhood trauma. So, an interesting thing happened during the late 1990s. Dr. Felitti joined with the CDC and Kaiser Permanente Insurance in California to do a very, very large scale survey, health survey. And what they were doing was taking people that were in the health insurance program that had diseases, and these were all adults, some type of disease, any type, and they asked them a questionnaire about their childhood experiences. This was called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, or ACE. So that's what we're going to be referring to uh, during this talk as the ACE study, or ACEs, which are the actual events, the adverse childhood experiences. Um, so what they wanted to do was try to find out why people in certain health categories had multiple conditions, or even had health conditions that they were making progress with, but then were relapsing at a certain point. And they were trying to make this connection between childhood trauma and physical disease. So these 10 experiences, or ACEs, were very specific types of trauma that can have lasting negative impacts on health and well-being. They include these categories, and these were from the original ACE study: child abuse, including physical, sexual, and emotional; child neglect, which could be physical or emotional; and household dysfunction, which includes parental mental illness, substance abuse, incarceration, divorce, and violence against the mother. So these were the categories that were on this survey and the specific items that they were asking about. And each experience in the study represented one thing, and it was either a yes or a no. Did you experience this as a child growing up? And so if you checked yes, it counted as 1 point. And thus, at the end of the survey, a person could have between 0 to 10 points on this survey. Well, the results were astonishing. Um, and it very much gave us a foolproof foundation of what many people had been talking about for years in the psychology field. The study found a strong correlation between the ACEs and a range of negative outcomes, including increased risk for disease, mental health problems, and even premature death. The higher the ACE score due to childhood trauma, the greater the chance of developing physical disease in adulthood. In other words, this study showed us conclusively that trauma equals disease. At least 5 of the top leading causes of death that we know now, at least 5 of the top 10 causes of death physically are directly associated with childhood trauma. So we'd had other psychologists talking about how trauma was not just a mental thing. For instance, the book, very famous book, The Body Keeps the Score. Uh, most of the studies for that were in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, and the author pointed out that what he noticed from especially war vets were that the trauma that they'd experienced, those effects weren't just mental. They weren't just bad memories. These were actually stored in the body. The body was responding. And that's why, especially like with anxiety, you can have anxiety and something happen. You might see something, or you might walk into a room or be in a situation, or even someone say something, and it just triggers something, and you instantly feel that anxious feeling way before your conscious brain has time to process the input and try to figure out, oh, okay, this person said something, so that reminded me of what happened, 5 years ago, therefore I should be scared. It happens like that. It's part of your nervous system. So this ACEs study then showed that for childhood trauma, it actually affects the developing brain and nervous system to the point that it carries those consequences on into adulthood, on through the rest of life if untreated. So here's a few numbers that kind of help clarify this. 36% of the population has 0 ACEs. So that's 1/3, roughly. 1/3. That means that 64%, 2/3 of the population in the United States has experienced at least one ACE. 17% of adults have experienced 4 or more ACEs. A score of 4 to 6 results in 4 times the rate in diabetes, STDs, heart disease, suicide, obesity, substance addiction, and cancer. And here's the kicker of some things we've learned since the original study. A person with 6 or more ACEs has a 20-year lower life expectancy. Think about that for a minute. A person that had 6 or more of these experiences in childhood, average lifespan is 20 years less. This is the damage that it does to the body, not just the mind, the body. And I think this is something that we should all be talking about and that we should all be considering. So, how does childhood trauma lead to all this emotional, physical, and social dysfunction? So, one way is because uh, a traumatic experience causes the toxic stress response in the body by releasing, certain hormones in the body, neurotransmitters. You have things like cortisol and adrenaline. These things, they're they're normal, they're natural. These are the things in our body that if you're out hiking and you see a bear up ahead, your body automatically kicks into high gear, that adrenaline, and you're like, you're ready to run, you know. But as a child, you, especially as a child, if the trauma is within the home, you can't just get up and run, even though your body may be telling you to. And at that age, especially younger children, you don't know those responses. You don't know what they mean. You don't know what's happening. So excessive amounts for prolonged periods of time can disrupt organ, tissue, and brain development. Again, not just memories. And this is kind of what we have to really, really process and really come to understand is that when we have these experiences or when these things happen that are traumatic, truly traumatic, it's not just about memory. It actually affects nervous system, organs, and tissue. One of the things that I learned, during my studies as a graduate student was that trauma actually breaks down your immunity system. So you'll get sick a lot more after experiencing trauma. And this is true for adults and children. It disrupts your digestive system. You may have heard people talking about the gut microbiome. So this is in your digestive system. This is the mix of good bacteria, bad bacteria, helps uh, the good bacteria helps get the right nutrients out of foods as it's being processed, like the right vitamins. So if you have a disrupted digestive system, then even if you're eating a salad with lettuce, tomato, carrots, cucumbers, onions, all those good things, your body may not even be able to process it correctly and get the right vitamins and nutrients out. These are the effects. These are the physical effects of this type of stuff, of trauma. So um, over time, all these things can limit a person's ability to also process information, make decisions, interact with others, and regulate emotions. So think of it like you're a child and there's trauma. Think of it like driving a car and you get in and you press the gas on the car. When you press the pedal, the gas floods into the engine and the engine speeds up and goes. That's what's supposed to happen. Same in our body. If there's a trauma, those hormones get engaged, something's supposed to happen. You're supposed to take off, you're supposed to hide, you're supposed to do something to avoid the danger. Well, with childhood trauma, especially if it's severe enough and or if it's repetitive, that gas pedal basically gets stuck so that your body now is constantly releasing those stress hormones. And it becomes part of your body's way to function. And so you may grow up with always having too much cortisol. You may always grow up with even the least little bit of stress, which would be normal in life, normal stress, but even that least little bit creates a level 10 adrenaline release. And your body is like now nervous and shaking, and you go into freeze mentally. So this is kind of the results of that. Emotionally, ACEs can lead to mental health issues like anxiety, depression, ADHD, PTSD, alexithymia, and even cognitive dysfunction, things that impede executive function, time management, memory, learning, and problem solving. Um, there's been a lot of great progress over the past few decades about um, dealing with children's emotional and cognitive issues in the school setting. So that used to be like if a child had an emotional problem, immediately they're a bad child, they're out of control, et cetera, et cetera. And if they had a cognitive function, immediately it was, well, they have some kind of learning disability, et cetera, et cetera. But we've made such great strides in that now that in the education field, many, many people recognize, wait a minute, if there's an emotional or a cognitive issue, it might not be, quote, a disorder. It might not be, quote, a behavioral problem. These things may come from trauma at home. These may come from abuse. These may come from neglect. And these may come from household dysfunction. So we're continuing to learn how to spot the symptoms and not immediately go to a certain cause, but to consider that there might be other causes. What about socially? So some studies have indicated that children with an ACE score of 3 to 4 are 50% more likely to be involved with school violence. So as school violence increases, we can also take a look directly back to ACEs. half of these come from children with an ACE score of 3 to 4. Um, all insecure attachment uh, styles are directly related to childhood parent-child attachment issues, including ACEs. So you have a secure attachment, which is where you want to be in a relationship. Then you have your avoidant, then you have your anxious. Both the avoidant and the anxious attachment styles are come directly from ACEs, how the parent treated the child growing up emotionally. And that's just one aspect of it. Um, and just like that, uh, the other areas we've seen live on into adulthood. For instance, of all the men in prison, 60 to 80% have an ACE score in the range of 4 to 6. Think about that. All the men in prison, 60 to 80% of them, so the majority, huge majority, have an ACE score of 4 to 6. That shows how powerful the effect is, the negative effect of these experiences, these traumatic experiences in childhood. So uh, the original study obviously has led to many, many studies and social applications, along with actually a new framework for prevention. So how can we prevent ACEs and the long-lasting negative effects? First of all, prevention of child abuse and neglect is paramount. Anything we can do socially to support parents, to help educate parents um, in terms of uh, child treatment, child attachment, anything we can do is going to help. Parenting classes, education about prenatal care, including alcohol, drug, and cigarette use. This is a form of abuse in the womb. The child is getting those chemicals and it's disrupting their brain development and their nervous system development. Comprehensive mental health care, physical health care reform, healthy relationship classes. These are all pieces of the puzzle that can help reduce ACEs in current and future generations. As a parent, or even if you're going to be a parent, if you're already a parent, doesn't matter. Work on yourself, work on your own mental health, work on your physical health, work on your social health, and especially including relationships. We all have a lot to learn. We all have a lot to learn and ways to grow and heal. We just need to take responsibility for it and do it. Um, so teaching children resilience is probably the next after self-care. Teaching children resilience is the next strongest thing, the next strongest way to have a positive impact on their growth and their future development. So this helps reduce future mental, physical, and social harm. Parents, let your child lose. Then teach them how to react and move forward. We've seen this quote idea of helicopter parents. You need to back off of that. That's not helping them to build resilience. I've seen parents that will say, well, I want to give my child self-confidence, so therefore I let them win at all these games. That's not building healthy self-confidence. That's building a dependence on always being right, always being the overcomer. It turns into aggression. So let them lose, but then teach them how to do it appropriately and to move on. Failure is not harmful. Failure is part of the learning process. And that's something that we need to absolutely instill in our children. Talk to them about your emotions, about hurtful, even devastating events after they happen. I read one study a while back that um, surveyed children that had been through a war. They were in a war zone. And one of the big differences between children that developed emotional problems like PTSD after the fact versus those that did not, that had healthier coping mechanisms, was the difference was that during or after the events, the parents talked to them about it. They asked them, well, how do you feel? They told them, said, yeah, I'm afraid too, but I'm not going to leave you and we're going to get through this together. So they encouraged them. They talked to them through and after the event. They didn't just clam up and say, oh, well, this is too much for me to talk to my child about. They're going through it. They're already experiencing. So if you don't talk to them about it, their nervous system is going to talk to them about it. And their nervous system is going to say, what do we need to change in order to feel safe? Because we're not getting this feeling of safety from our caregivers, from our parents. So we got to do it on our own. And that's the route that you don't want them to take. Um, Teach them how to deal with stress. You know, we all experience ups and downs, good and bad, and even incredibly tough times. So show them how to take a step back, show them how to process stressful events and emotions. Teach them the importance of exercise and diet. Physical health is mental health. The two are not separate, they are intricately connected. The more you work on your physical health, the better your mental health will be. Um, Help them learn the importance of education, sleep, and relationships, especially healthy relationships. If there's an area that you don't feel competent about, if there's an area that you struggle with, learn about it. And guess what? Learn about it with your children. Pull your child to the side and say, hey, I found this cool video of this professor, and they're talking about communication and how to communicate with people you love when you have a disagreement. We're going to watch this. Let's grab some popcorn and let's watch this video. So you don't have to, you know, use your child as your personal therapist and confess all your secrets. You can just say, hey, here's a subject we're going to learn about together. You're learning about it and you're teaching them at the same time. Um, so the biggest takeaway, I think, is for us to understand and know the devastating effects, not just these things can be bad, but devastating, life affecting effects of childhood trauma. Understand how important this subject is, and then let's do everything we can to teach positive outcomes, teach positive emotion, positive thinking, positive physical health. Show kids by example what it's like to learn, grow, and heal, and that's how you build resilience.
Jamie, that was so well done. I'm going to open it up to any questions on Facebook, YouTube, or in the chat here. But I do have a few questions. When it comes to adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, how does, how can, as a parent, how can parents ensure that they're either not contributing to it or they can help to reduce the impact of it on the children?
Sure. So, for one, um, show as much positive as you can. Show as much positive as you can and talk about the negative. And I know that talk about the negative, like I said, it seems like it would be backwards. It seems like, oh, I want to protect my child, so we're not going to discuss this. But like I said, if you don't discuss it with them, their nervous system will, which is going to tell them we need to be afraid because we're experiencing something that's scary. We're experiencing something that's potentially harmful or is harmful. So we got to figure out a way to deal with this on our own. So you have to talk about that. But in terms of the positive, um, there was a cool survey I saw where these older children, I think they were older teenagers, and they were surveyed and asked different questions. But one of them stood out to me. It was what was something that they remember from being younger as a child that made them feel close to their parents. And it wasn't going on trips, it wasn't presents, it wasn't, going to school awards and programs and stuff. It was holding hands. These older teenagers said, I remember when I held my parents' hands or when they held mine walking, whether it's in the mall, whether it's down the street, whatever, I felt happy, safe, and loved. So those positive things, we just need to keep them up and just, do them and understand that there is no, like the gifts and trips and stuff. There's fine, that's great, uh, birthdays, Christmas, whatever you want to do, but those aren't things to make up for bad experiences. So just know that, doing as much positive as possible and then talking about the negative when it occurs.
Does that mean that sometimes people, because we always want bigger things, right? I got a 2026 car. Can't wait to next year get the brand new one. I have a 3 bedroom house. I can't wait to get a 4 bedroom. Do parents sometimes struggle with, as you mentioned, just keeping it nice and simple? Maybe your child just wants you to show up and hold their hand, give them a hug, instead of always thinking it has to be bigger, better, more extravagant types of displays of affection, maybe.
Absolutely. And this is one of those things that is very difficult about being a parent. I remember when my two kids were young, I grew up in trauma. I grew up in abuse. I grew up with depression since the age of 9. I know what it's like to struggle with these things. I talked about the ACE score, how it's on a scale of 0 to 10, and gave you some statistics in terms of, if you have an ACE score of 4 or 6 or whatever, my ACE score is a 7. So I've lived this, I've been there. When my kids were little, there were many times I would catch myself trying to compensate, overcompensate, because I didn't want my kids to go through what I went through. So I would sometimes do things or say things that were over the top to try to, make up for what I had been through. And that's not necessary. And it's actually, after a certain point, can have the opposite effect. Like I said, the example with playing games with your child and always letting them win, you're creating something negative in them. You're not helping them. Helping them is playing the game, teaching them how to be better, but you let them lose sometimes and teach them how to do that properly. Say, oh man, all right, next time I'm going to get you next time. Here's a way to improve. There's a way to improve. You know, there's always a winner, always a loser when it comes to a game, but you can learn from it.
I wonder then if parents struggle with that because they're looking at it as I know what I didn't like as a child. I know what I wanted as a child, and maybe I didn't get that. Now that I have children, to your point, you overcompensate. So, for example, you could have been playing sports and your parents weren't there. That happened to me, right?
Mhm.
The one time my parents showed up to a game, we got blown out. It was my worst game ever.
Worst stream
Right?
ever. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because now the spotlight is just shining and burning me, right? Because I'm like, oh my God, they're actually here.
Uh-huh.
And then you see some parents, when they're in that situation, they're like, okay, when my child is in sports, they don't even ask the child if they want to play sports, but when my child is in sports, right, they
Yep.
become like the helicopter parent. They're over the top of
Yep.
the cheering, where sometimes you hear parents being banned from
Yes.
sporting events, right? Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about, where they're so over
Oh,
the top that it's actually detrimental to the child?
yep, yep, that's definitely one way. So again, to your example, you were in sports and your parents never came, so you feel like you have to do extra for your kids, so they don't experience that. Well, it's just normal to feel like, well, yeah, I don't want my kids to experience. I remember how that felt. I don't want my kids to go through that, but you still you almost kind of have to separate it and you have first of all you have to acknowledge your own emotions and say these are my feelings, this is what I experience, this is how I feel about it. I need to acknowledge that with myself, work on my own mental health, work on my own emotions without passing those along to my kids. Something's going to happen. I mean it just is. You raise your children and you pass along things, behaviors and responses and things. But the more you work on yourself, the better. So when you look at something like putting your kid in sports, for one, don't overdo it. Your child should not be involved in 4 to 5 activities a week. They shouldn't be. They don't have time to be kids. They don't have time to play on their own. They don't have time to do homework. They don't have time for you to sit down and just enjoy time with them. You know, playing a game, going to a museum, whatever. Your child's 1 or 2 events outside the home, that's enough. That's enough. And when you put your child in an event or a program, the person that's leading that program is now your child's teacher or mentor or coach, not you, not you. You're putting them in there, and guess what? You're doing them a huge favor by doing that. Huge favor, because you're teaching them to develop independent thinking skills. If you notice that they're struggling during this activity, like sports, like you're at the game and something happens, let's say, it's tennis and they lose and you see them throw their racket down. Don't run out on the court and jump and cuss and fuss. Save it. When you get home, that's when you talk about it. Then you say, okay, let's talk about what happened and why this is not the right way to act. But you have to understand, when you put them in an event, you're handing them over to a coach or a teacher, which is going to prepare them for relationships in the future. It's going to prepare them for friendships. It's going to prepare them for a job in the future. I mean, you're doing a huge favor. You're helping them to prepare by stepping back, because you're not going to be there after they're 18, 19, 20, whatever, to hold their hand. So you want to help them prepare. So yeah, you just have to kind of take a step back emotionally and say, okay, I recognize my emotions are coming into play here, and I know why. So let me look at this in a different way. How is this helping or hurting my child? And let me try to pick the things that are going to help them the most, even if it goes a little bit against what I'm feeling in the moment.
I remember too, and this is like one of two more questions I have for you, where there was an example, there's a study that people, I don't want to say they're children because they're adults, young adults, what they were doing, they were bringing their parents with them on job interviews. And
What?
the reason, yeah, and the reason why this was happening is because when they looked at this, the research, the parents didn't have the support from their parents when they're going on these job interviews. So now some parents were literally trying to be in the interview with their child.
Hmm.
So what some people were looking at it as, based on the study, and then me being a manager in my field, was you're now setting a precedent where anytime there's the potential of a conflict
Hmm.
or or difficult situation, the
Hmm.
parent is going to show up. They're not going to be able to give you advice.
Right.
They want to be there to speak for you now. So I
Yes.
guess my second last question would be then, what are some of the concerns then would it be for parents who maybe identify themselves as becoming like that, and they want to take a step back and say, okay, I need to make sure that I don't cross that line?
Hmm. I love whoever I'm speaking to with this answer. I love you dearly, and I say this with the utmost love and care and compassion. You are hurting your child. You are hurting your child. Your child, when they get into a romantic relationship in the future and there's conflict, they're not going to know how to handle it. They're either going to lash out with abuse, or they're going to shut down emotionally and they're going to go cheat to get their emotional needs met. They're going to, uh, instead of working things out with their partner, they're just going to end the relationship. They're just going to leave. And next thing you know, 10 years down the line, they've had 6 or 7 1 year relationships. It's not because the other person is always, they're just picking the wrong person. It's because they don't know how to handle healthy communication. When you're a helicoptering parent, this is the kind of thing that you're setting up for your child, because it's not just about the job interview. It's about building self-esteem. It's about building resilience. And at this point, if a person's going to a job interview with them, you haven't built any resilience in them, any understanding of normal stress management, normal loss and failure, because all of those things on the flip side should lead to growth and healing. That's what you want to teach. So if you have the urge to do those things, you just have to say, this is going to hurt my child. Even if they're asking for it at this point, maybe you realize, you know what, I've been doing this too much for several years, or I did this while they were little and now it's kind of a habit. They're dependent on me and I'm dependent on them. You have to take a step back and say, look, this is more harmful than it is good. So go to the job interview by yourself. I will practice with you at home if you want, but go by yourself. And guess what? If you don't get the job, we'll apply for another one. I'll help you research, or I'll teach you how to research. Remember, part of our jobs as a parent is to teach. Part is to love, part is to teach. So yeah, you just lovingly, I say you're hurting your child, and you just have to hit those brakes and take a step back.
And the last question, I'm going to form it into three wishes. You have Aladdin's genie lamp, and
Oh
this is
boy.
my favorite question because it always makes my guests smile, like you're smiling right now. You have three wishes. What are three things you wish parents knew about establishing boundaries with their child or children, and why?
Oh, all three answers for that same question, or is this just the first question?
It's your wish, my friend. You can answer it any way you want, or just, well, do it like this. Three things that you want them to know about it, about
Okay,
that one question.
gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
You
All
wish
right,
that they knew about it.
three things I wish they knew about boundaries with children. Okay, one wish is to understand that um, boundaries are healthy, that boundaries are not hurting your child. You're not telling your child no in a way that's going to harm them. Boundaries are healthy. You need your own, uh, you need your own space. You need your own time, because if you're not healthy emotionally and mentally, that's going to come across to your child rearing. That's going to come across the way you behave with your children. Number two, um, modeling is the best way of teaching. So, since we're talking about boundaries, if you're modeling healthy boundaries, not just with your children, but to other people in front of your children, then um, then you're teaching them. I used to have a mentor many years ago, and he was definitely from the southeast of the U.S., definitely from the South. His one of his favorite phrases is, "More is caught than is taught." So children learn by example more so than they learn from your words. Number three, boundaries. Um, I wish parents knew more that as children develop, as they get older, they will need boundaries from you. And there are healthy boundaries. Like when your child's a baby, guess who gives them a bath? You do. Even when they're a toddler, you're running the bath water. You're teaching them how to clean their bodies, how to clean their hair, how to take care of themselves. But by the time they're, you know, 13, 14, you should not be in the bathroom when they're taking a shower. There are healthy boundaries that your children will start developing. And man, I'm telling you, I know as a parent, there's a part of you that doesn't want to see your kids grow up. You always want them to be your baby, your little boy, your little girl, you know, and we all experience that It's normal. So that is a normal struggle, but you got to understand you have to let them grow up, and you have to let those boundaries you've taught them, those boundaries you've modeled with them and with other people. Now you have to let them learn those, and they're not always going to be perfect because they're learning again, but you can teach them, hey, here's the healthy boundary. When you go to take a shower, you close the door and you can get in the shower, you can wash, some people have time limits. That's a good idea, for kids. Oh, you got 10 minutes, et cetera, et cetera. It saves water. It's that, all those good things. But you teach them how to do it. Here's a timer. You turn it to 10 minutes. You get in the shower. 10 minutes, you're out. Then you can dry off, do your hair, your lotion. So it's good to have boundaries for yourself because you're an individual. And the healthier you are, the better you can parent your children. It's good to model boundaries with your children and with others in front of them so that they can learn. And it's good to teach them and allow them to start having healthy boundaries as they grow older.
Thank you, Jamie. That those answers are fantastic. And before I let you go, where can everyone find you and what is next?
So they can find me at managingmentalhealth.net. And so that's my website. It's obviously got contact information. You can email me if you're interested in coaching. You can, fill out the form there. It also has the 4 books I have published so far, and all of these are on specific mental health issues. So anxiety, depression, PTSD, and adult ADHD. And the books offer better understanding for people about the conditions and extremely practical steps to help manage symptoms and to go towards long-term health and healing. And these are great. I wrote these specifically for people to use, not just to read and get, oh, I've heard another quote or I've heard another statistic, but things you can actually incorporate into your life that are beneficial. And for family members or loved ones of people that have issues, they can read them and they get an understand. Oh, this is why they do that. Oh, now I understand why we have trouble with this issue in communication because their brains rewire, So that's a way. I've got 3 more books in the series that'll be coming out sometime this year, working on those now. So definitely go to the website there, follow along, and you know, that'll be a great way to learn, grow, and heal for yourself and your family members.
Jamie, thank you so much for that. Everyone, please check out his books. I know we follow each other on social media. Fantastic, fantastic information. And Jamie, once again, thank you. And I look forward to our next conversation. I appreciate you joining us today.
Absolutely. Thanks. Have a great one.
You too. So, everyone, next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a message from Sheila, and Sheila is going to speak to each and every one of us about things that parents need. So, this is a beautiful message from her. So, what I'm going to do now is I will share my screen and I will play this video from Sheila. So, here we go. Sheila, welcome and thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Summit. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And we are happy to have you because we're going to talk about something that is close to my heart, close to your heart, and it's 5 things children need. Big topic.
Absolutely. It's very deep. And for my expertise, I'd like to focus specifically on adolescents, if that's okay.
It is. So the floor is yours. Introduce yourself and let's speak about your topic.
Okay. My name's Sheila Winger. I have a master's in education. I taught high school and coached volleyball for 17 years. And then I became a hypnotherapist with a background in marriage and family therapy. So all sorts of things. And I raised twins who are now 19 and off to college. So lots of experience. And my topic is, adolescence is my specialty. I focus on that with parents. And having worked with them for so long, I really can see the pitfalls that most parents fall into for no other reason than the best intent, love for their kids, and not everybody has the deep background knowledge of what every age and stage of child needs. So everyone's trying their best. So with this insight into what tends to be the pitfalls, the first one I'll talk about is anxiety is a major topic right now. The teens that I see are often riddled with it. And so the first tip for parents about that is that they have, and this is and it's counterintuitive, but the first thing to do to try to reduce your teens' anxiety is to look at your own anxiety. And how are you managing your own? Not just because we model the behavior that we end up teaching our kids, but especially because if our teenagers feel that we are anxious about their future, that doesn't help, because they are walking around. It's a time of so much pressure. They're trying to fit in socially. They know they're supposed to be growing into an adult. They know they're supposed to kind of have a sense of what they're supposed to do. And there's just a lot to do in a regular day to even handle everything. So if on top of that, they come a stress ball home and their parents add more anxiety to it, like, well, you're supposed to be doing that. And oh my gosh, what are you going to do if you can't even get your homework done? How are you going to have a job? That makes everything worse. So if we have anxiety as their parents, we have to look at, we're the ones with the greater awareness. We can step back and look at the family system and go, oh my gosh, look at this. Everyone's going crazy. We need to add something into this that's going to reduce everybody's stress and pressure. Maybe that means we have a helper come in and take care of some things. Maybe one of us can reduce our work hours, or we just learn to take better care of ourselves. Because if we add to the teens' anxiety they're just going to have by being a teenager, we're doing them a disservice.
And I think that's difficult for, like, to your point, right? A lot of parents, and maybe even a lot of teens, like I look back on my teenage years, confusion, uncertainty,
Absolutely.
right? God knew that I was probably very arrogant in my ignorance.
Those two tend to go together.
They do, right? So I guess, so what can then parents do to, one, remember they were teens at one point as well, and two, to help their teenage children along the way, because I think sometimes parents forget how difficult a time it can be.
Absolutely. Well, one of my second points speaks directly to that, and that to remember that your number one job as a parent is to love your child. That means when they're difficult, you still love them and you can focus on that. Like, they're not trying to be a jerk, they're struggling with something, and your job is to love them when they're difficult, love them when they're crabby, love them when they're sad, love them when they're lazy. And that doesn't mean that you're a doormat and you let everything go. It just means when they feel that you love them, no matter what mood they're in, no matter what they're going through, they get the message from us that they don't have to become something to be loved. They will grow into something. They'll grow skills and they'll grow into an adult, but we can love them right now. And that means that we can just get on the level where they are if they're really struggling, rather than making it mean something for me, like, oh, great, I've got a kid who's not getting his homework done. Oh, great. Now, how are people going to look at me? Now, we automatically sort of make it about us. We just have to stop that. We have to go, wait, my kid who I love is struggling, get down on their level and just empathize and go, wow, you're really struggling. What's the biggest obstacle in your way and how can I help? We don't have to have all the answers. We tend to show up as the role of parent, and we think we're supposed to know everything and have all the answers, and they don't need us to. The teenagers need us to go, oh, sometimes it is really hard. I know that. That's how life is. Let me join you where you are when it's hard, because I know it's like that. That gives the message that, oh, they don't have it all figured out either. It's okay to not have it all figured out. And that reduces their anxiety and helps them connect. And the connection is the antidote to all of the problems.
What do you think then are some of the obstacles that parents face when they're trying to connect with their teenage children that way, and to make sure they're not the perfect parent or the parents in the glass box?
Yeah. There are so many obstacles. The first thing I want parents to realize is we're all in this day and age in an impossible situation. Most all of us are in an impossible situation. To give you a comparison, I was raised in the 70s where most of us had a stay-at-home parent full-time. It started to change soon after that, but there were a lot of stay-at-home parents. So there was a neighborhood of moms, that were around. And so the statistics say that those stay-at-home parents spent less time with their children than full-time working parents now. Because we have been sold that it's all about quality time, and we've been doing it to our own exhaustion. So the biggest obstacle is time. We're working all the time. And even the expectations for what a parent needs to do to be involved in their education has ramped up. Add on activities and the parent's involvement and the money and time that goes along with that. We're in an impossible situation, most of us. Okay. So first of all, knowing that. And second of all, you can stand back and look like that's not doable or mostly healthy. Then we have to become healthier despite it. So what can we reduce? What can we not spend money on so we have, more time, less money, whatever. What can I reduce so that there's more sanity and less just running? Because the more we are like that, the more we're adding stress to an already stressful situation. So time is a big one. And the other one is the use of technology. Because these screen machines that we all have now aren't inherently evil. There are a million things that are really good. You can have books on there, a million things, tools that are wonderful. But it's the how we are using them and how children are using them that definitely can become an obstacle. If a parent is completely unaware of how that device is being used, it's becoming far more of an obstacle than they realize. Because the more we are bombarded with quick, entertaining images that are just always there, that can always distract us from whatever stress we have, and then we just shorten our attention span and look at meaningless things, we become used to that and we don't develop a sense of who am I? And that's a major problem. So parents have to be aware, it's not just about reducing screen time, it's about how is it being used, and that you're the parent in the household who needs to set some real boundaries about, is this serving you to grow into a competent, happy, thriving person? If not, it's my job to do something about that. Those are the two biggest obstacles that I see.
Time is it's like the ultimate gift, right? Everyone wishes they had more time, especially if they could use it in a very beneficial and positive way. And you look at technology. I spoke to a couple of parents and they would say that they would see other people saying that, okay, son, okay, daughter, I'm going to be away. Here's a tablet. And the tablet is raising them, right?
Yes.
Like, what do you think is maybe causing such an imbalance between the amount of time that young adults spend in front of technology, tablets, TV, computer, otherwise, versus spending it with other family members, their parents, brothers and sisters?
Right. Well, the biggest obstacle is the need for most families to have both people working to provide for all the needs. So they're just very occupied in that. That's just not a perfect system. Ideally a household would have probably a 1.3, one person full-time, 1.3 and 1 or 0.6 and 0.7 or something. There would be more margin built in. So that we have to be as empowered as we can to live beneath our means as much as we can so that we can optimize time together, time to connect. And then if we don't have a lot, we have to set up systems in our home that make it about things that develop a human. Sitting in front of a screen, looking at mindless things doesn't develop a human. So if they're being raised by that, unless it's really intelligent podcasts and books and like that kind of thing, even that's still not a human. It's not connection. So that even that alone is not enough. But if it's mindless entertainment and distraction, then this child is not getting a developing sense of self. And a sense of self is the most important thing. And it leads me to another one of my points. Even though our teens are going through school and we want them to do well, we want them to do, be responsible and organized and do well in school and learn all of those things. As a teacher of 17 years, I know that system is not a perfect system. It's just simply not. I won't get into it, but it is not a perfect system, and we cannot rely on that alone. We can try to make sure our children are doing okay and doing well at it, but we have to, what's more important is their sense of self going through that system. Because if they have a class that they absolutely know it's just not their strength, they still have to try, they still have to go, they still have to do the best they can. But if the parent is not seeing deeply who their child is and continues to get angry about it and frustrated about it, and the kid learns, oh, there's something wrong with me, that's flawed, because all of us have strengths and weaknesses. And so the developing sense of self, if that becomes our priority, then we know that our child needs to learn who they are, what they love, what they're great at, what's difficult for them, how to pad those obstacles to get through them, and not have it be seen as a deficit and something wrong with them. So the
What would be
development
the
is a big deal.
Yeah, so I was going to say to that point, because I love that point, because that point, if I look back on my childhood, that was so important to know, reflecting, but I can just imagine how more beneficial it would have been knowing going through with it. And that takes me to my next question would be, what are the benefits to nurturing that identity within the child to the parents and to, of course, the child themselves?
Oh, there's so many. Let's just take the social setting. Kids are going to navigate the social realm, which is difficult. That has to be messy. They try on this group of friends and that group of friends, and they pretend to be this that they're actually not. And through all that, they're finding out, what am I really? So it's an important process. But when they are encouraged and valued and allowed to let their special abilities shine, their tendencies really grow, and own the things that they're not interested in, not strong at as much, that person going into a social setting is more equipped to find their people and to not waste a lot of time trying to impress a bunch of people that aren't their people. We don't all have to be besties with every human being. It doesn't work that way. We don't resonate with everybody. So someone who has a strong sense of self can go into a group and go, oh my gosh, I just love that person and I want to build a friendship with them, rather than going in, how do I make everyone like me? The person who goes in with that lack of sense of self, trying to make everyone like them, they can go decades being a chameleon, get to 50 years old and be like, oh my gosh, who am I? And no one wants to start that over at age 50 or 30 or like, it's nice to be building up to it. All of life gets better when that is there. And when it comes to, let's take another example, a job interview. A person with a sense of self knows what they love, what they're good at, how they can serve this organization. If they don't have a sense of self, they'll go in and think, how can I make them think that I'm the right person? They might get the job, but if they get there, it may not be right for them. They'll feel imposter syndrome. They'll go there and feel terrible. Whereas the other one goes into an interview and they'll know this is the one for me, or it's not. And they'll turn down the one that's really not a right fit. So they'll more quickly go to the one that is a right fit. Those are just a couple of examples.
Welcome back, everyone. So that was Sheila with the powerful, powerful message on what children need. And what I really liked about that segment is that it allowed me to ask her questions that I went through as a child myself. So we all struggle a little bit. We all have difficulties in our life, but sometimes we have to ask ourselves, are our parents doing the best that they can with what they know? Or are they trying to learn as they go? So that brings me to my next guest, who is here live and direct, nice and sunny. Amanda, how are you doing today?
I'm really good. Sorry, yeah, it's a bit sunny, isn't it? So I just have to close my window. I didn't think it'd be sunny in Luxembourg, in the middle of Europe.
That's okay. I appreciate you joining us today. So you're going to speak about blended families. And you know what, with a lot of things going on in the world today, more and more families are coming together in different ways, different forms. So this is a very, very timely topic. So the floor is yours. Introduce yourself and speak about your topic.
Okay, thank you very much, Trent. So, yeah, I'm Amanda Wakefield. I am a resilience and high conflict coach, and I help people to move forward, usually in their careers. Nevertheless, it comes from, quite often, they are carrying some trauma that is hampering them move forward in their careers. You know, we're talking about being a parent here, and so many of us can give you examples of trauma in childhood. And quite often it's not actually, my trauma doesn't come from my parents per se. My trauma comes because they died, and that's where my trauma comes from. So even my parents, who did the very best they could for the amount of years that they were on this earth, it still gave me some trauma. So when we move into our careers, we often bring that trauma with us, and I try to help people move forward so that they can achieve their goals on that. I also am a child that had a stepmother for a brief period of time, for a couple of years. That was an extremely difficult relationship, and I'll go more into it and the reasons why. Now, that relationship was back in the 80s, so a very different time. I have 4 daughters, and I have 2 different fathers. So I'm bringing in a blended family there. And now I'm in a relationship with a gentleman who also has 2 children. So I am sometimes the stepmom in this relationship as well. So I've been on all sides of that spectrum. And so this is me. And I feel, as you just said, statistics around the world of divorce is immense. Then we add to that, some people are toxic as parents, and they will denigrate the other parent. Logistics, where's everybody going to live? And there's a huge amount of discussion on how the children are going to live their life post-divorce, post-separation. And I know that in the US, I think quite often there's that you can't introduce a new partner to the children within a certain amount of years. That's very difficult to bring into anything over here, because that's a restriction on your freedom. So that's over in Europe. So, there's all these things that have to be taken into consideration when you are divorcing and you are bringing up your children. And then if you do meet somebody else, how do we handle all of this? And it's extremely difficult. It's extremely tense, and there's a lot of reasons for that as well. So first of all, the reasons why I had it difficult with my stepmom. So my mum died when I was 13, and Tarine, you know all of this. So my mum died when I was 13 of breast cancer. Now, this put me into a state of grief. Everybody grieves after they lose somebody that's very close, and especially when you're a 13-year-old teenage girl. And my dad met somebody else. My mum had been sick for a very long period of time. And then my father met somebody else, and she came into our lives. And I most definitely did not want her in my life. It was just, you are taking my father away from me. But to add to that, so she brought her children into the house as well. I had to move bedroom. And I found it a very difficult time. And after a couple of about a year of her living there and several arguments down the line, she was very authoritarian with me, and that just broke the relationship. And it just goes to show that you can't, if you are the step parent, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for you to be the disciplinarian. Not that we should be the disciplinarian per se, but nevertheless, you can still be the one that's giving out the quite a bit of the parenting rules, as it were. So that's very difficult as a step parent, which I'm now learning myself. And coming to my children, my 4 daughters and their 2 fathers, they are very different girls, but in so much as their character and what they want to do in life, the way they view things, their values, they're quite different, but they're also very, very similar. So they all, between the 4 of them, they have a great sisterhood, although they're 2 biologically, and then they're stepsisters, half sisters, sorry. They have a great relationship between the 4 of them, and they do a lot together, which is really great. But when I brought in the second father and we had 2 children, the relationships do change. And I was a little bit naive towards those changes and how it would impact the family unit. And then eventually when that relationship broke down, my older children then suffered having 2 missing fathers. So their biological father was missing, and now their stepfather was also missing. So they suffered from that immensely. So when we become, this is about blended families, so let's look at the current unit. If you are a step parent, this is where you have to start looking at the long-term goals, the long-term expectations. You cannot go into this and instantly be the Brady Bunch. This is just not going to work. And it's overwhelming and it's unrealistic. And I think also that blended families have to start saying that the TV shows, the fairy tales, it's just unrealistic expectations, and it's not going to happen. It takes time to build connections with your stepchildren. And not only does it take time to build these connections, there's reasons of why it takes time to build these connections. Think of it immediately. The children have been, even if it's, like my stepchildren that I have, they've not seen their mother and father in a relationship for like 12 years, but there's still a loyalty issue. So their loyalty is sort of tested. Who do I, if I show too much love to one or too caring to one, does that betray the other one? We know as adults that that's not the case, but children have these questions because their minds are not yet developed. So they do have loyalty issues. Then they also then have identity issues. And those identities could be like, where do I belong? Whose rules, whose traditions, if there's traditions and rules going on, who am I? And then also they're going to compare, I don't have to do this at dad's house, or I have to do this at dad's house or mum's house or whatever. So they then have comparisons. So these 3 things are super loaded: loyalty, identity, and comparison. And they're dealing with it with a child's view on the world, not an adult's view on the world. It's totally different. So this is where, for us as the step parents, we have to take it really, really slowly and build the connection. We're not authoritarian and we're not disciplinarians. We have to take it through a connection role. And this can be very difficult to say that we're going to coexist. How do we coexist when we have different rules? How can we coexist when we have different ways to do things? And we live in a super connected world. I was listening to some of your panels earlier, and we're talking about, devices and things like that. And quite often my partner will say something about a device of his children. I can give my opinion, but my opinion, that is as far as it goes. It's my opinion. He is to do what he feels is fit with his children. And also bearing in mind that you can also have to treat the children differently due to their ages. The discipline or the rule book you have with a 12-year-old and devices is different to a 17-year-old. So that also has to be taken into consideration. Their education, what they've been through before they've got to where they are. We have to take all of these things on board. And it's extremely complex to navigate, but don't think it's not possible to navigate. And I think for the step parent, as I am in this particular situation that I'm talking about at the moment, that it's not going to be instant love. It's definitely, you stay, it's respectful coexistence. And we, as the step parent in these situations, have to remove our emotions and allow the child to have their emotions. In so much as, of course, there's too much. If there are too much emotions, we can always diffuse situations, but we can help the children understand that, for example, I've had situations where one of the children takes many hours to get ready to meet us at a restaurant for a certain event. And I could have been, once I was waiting at the restaurant for nearly 2.5 hours, that's how late it was for the mother of the children to bring them to me to the restaurant. And I got very upset with this. Now my boundary is I will wait 90 minutes, which is also super long. After that, I will order my food. And if I need to, I will leave, and I will leave him with his children, because I get it breaches my boundaries. So then we talked about it. What are we going to do next time if this happens? Because our timelines are not respected, etc. And as it upsets me, we dealt how we're going to deal with it going forward. And it's okay. So when you come across a problem that breaches your boundaries as the step parent, you have to talk to the other parent away from the children and say, how can we deal with this going forward? How can I be protected and how can you be protected from a values and boundaries perspective? And how can we still co-parent, as it were, these children? Because there are, as we say, the loyalties and the identities and the comparisons, and they're always going to do that, and they're going to do that for the rest of their lives. This is not just for this period of time, for the next 2 years. This is going to be for the rest of their lives. So we have to deal with it constructively and strategically now to go forward. So it's quite a minefield. So when you're in a step parenting relationship, number one is talk to, amongst you and the other parent, talk about your expectations. What do you expect of each other? At bedtime, what are the rule books? What is too far? How can I support you? I'm not, as I said, I can't do the disciplining, but what can I do to support you in this particular, if bedtime isn't going particularly great for whatever reasons, devices or friends or homework, how can I support you best so that we can get them to bed on time? Expectations around holidays. Where are we going? What's the rules around going out on their own, perhaps? Or, do we get any time on our own? Is there a time for this? How do we express that to the children? I don't get involved in any of the schoolwork. That's his responsibility, my partner's. And again, for me with my children, he has an opinion sometimes on education, but that's something between the two of us, and that's never something that we ever discuss with the children. So it's to keep it completely separate, that we as adults can discuss, but not in front of the children. Their brains are not developed to be able to handle that. And also, we cannot denigrate the parent that is out of the room, whoever that is. We should never denigrate them in front of the children. That's one of the worst things we can do for their mental health. So again, talk with your partner away from the children and work out what your expectations are around the different things about schooling, friends, screen time, religion maybe, or anything. So, or after school clubs, etc. Talk about your expectations of what your partner's expecting and what you're expecting and where you meet and where you might have a clash. And it's important to work out where you could have a clash and try and work out what you can do so you don't have a clash in front of the children. So it's mainly talking about boundaries, and boundaries, I think somebody else, one of your previous panelists said the same, that boundaries are crucial, not just for ourselves, but for the children to, and it's not just for, as I say, just for now, it's for the whole of our lives. What is happening to me that makes me feel so uncomfortable? I'm reacting to a situation. And that's for children as well. If something is so uncomfortable for them, they will react. And this is what we don't want. We want to be responding. So boundaries help us to respond and not to react. And it's super important that we discuss those. And also, what are the long-term perspectives of the relationship? You know, if you're meeting somebody, how long is it before you're introduced to the children? How long is it before you stay over in the family home? How long is it before you have a family holiday together? How long is it before you decide to maybe put some toothbrushes or some clothes at the other person's house on a consistent basis? How long is it before you move in together? These long-term perspectives need to be discussed. And it's extremely uncomfortable, but it's better to do it before the reactions. Because if we have a reaction and it's in front of the children, we've lost a huge amount of their respect, and it's even more difficult to get it back. So let's look at the long-term perspectives as well. And then look at what you can control. When you're having these discussions, what can you control? Because know for sure you cannot control what happens in the other household. Whatever happens over there, you cannot control it. You might have an opinion on it, but you can't control it. And the kids are also navigating that difference. What happens in one house, maybe staying up late, maybe a lot of screen time, and then at the other house, there's not much screen time, going to bed early, less friends coming over and party time. The children have to navigate those two households already. So understand that the children are already having these loyalty and identity issues going on. So, and also as you then navigate into the longer term perspective, so you're going to be moving in together and you're going to be a complete blended family unit the whole time, you have to talk about prior about space. Every single person in that household needs either their own bedroom, their own desk, or their own special box of stuff that is truly theirs and nobody else's. And that goes the same for the step parent and the parent as well. Even if they're sharing a bedroom, there needs to be a part of it that's actually theirs and theirs alone. This is important for human beings. Also, it's really important to have separate time one-on-one with your children. Now, I have one-on-one time with my 4 daughters. My eldest is 35 and my youngest is soon 21. And last week I spent a week with my youngest daughter at university with her for a week. So we have to always try and have one-on-one time with our children. And if you're a step parent, realize that the other parent is going to be doing the same. So your time with the other parent may be limited because they have obligations to their children. And that's okay, and that's fine, and that is the right way. So you really have to take a step back and look in and go, okay, there's a lot of moving parts here, and everybody needs their own time, and people need space. It's complex. But if you approach it constructively before getting into it and can build on what you want to get out of it, it does make it a little bit easier. And remember, children need time to process things. We as adults can be, oh, well, this happened because of this. Children don't have that ability. They are children. You know, the prefrontal cortex isn't there till they're 25. So don't put too much pressure on them to understand complex family dynamics when they just want to play with their friends and watch some YouTube videos or TikTok videos and not do their homework. That's what their focus is on. And allow the children to be children. That's one of the biggest things I can say is to allow them to be kids.
Thank you, Amanda, for that wonderful, wonderful discussion. I do have a few questions that came up. One thing was when it comes to the boundaries for step parents, how difficult do you think that is for them to turn off their parenting switch when it comes to children that aren't biologically theirs, and then to turn it back on for the children that are biologically theirs?
Very, very good question. And I often found myself as well not being at the beginning of this particular relationship. Yes, I wanted them to like me. So I felt I was slipping into mum mode sometimes. And I had to then take a step back and go, okay, maybe I should be more of a teacher mode. I could help you if you want me to mode. But you do not, as a step parent, you are not the biological parent, and you do not have the right. That is a right that you do not have. And I have found in my experience be more of a friend than a parent, because, as I said, the loyalty and the identity issues that they do have, it's too much pressure for them.
That's a tough place to be in, because I look at myself, for example, I'm in my 30s, and the majority of the women I date are usually a number of years older than me. Not a lot of years. I'm not dating, 50-year-olds and 90-year-olds, right? But they're a little bit older, as you and I have discussed, because we've talked about so many things. I guess from my perspective, as someone coming into a situation with someone with children who doesn't have children of his own, what do you think are some of the obstacles that person can face when they're the ones who are entering a relationship that is established from the family perspective because their partner has children?
Okay. I think as well, number one is work out in your girlfriend, the person that you're dating, what is her love language to her children? Is it with lots of cuddles? Is it with lots of gifts? Is it with lots of talking? Is it with lots of nurturing food? Everybody has a different love language with their children. Quite often you'll see some parent will be touching their arms or their face or their hair. Some of them, be kissing them quite often on the cheeks, or would you like, would you like me to cook something for you, etc. So we all as parents have a love language for our children. So watch that love language, whatever it is, and somehow you can mimic it. But there's also the other thing I have noticed over the years is quite often mums are more nurturing and fathers are more practical. And that's absolutely fine and okay. But what happens is our nurturing as a mother, I'm speaking for myself here, could quite often override the practical side of things. And it's the contrary for the father in the situation. So you may see something that the mother's not seeing because you're looking at it from a different perspective, because her love language is nurturing, which is maybe not your love language. So when you're dating these women, they have a different love language than what you would have given the children. It's okay. But know as well that if you then start showing this love language, those children are not going to know what it is, because it's not something that they're used to. It's not been put into them beforehand of what is that particular love language. So when you're dating these ladies and you feel that she hasn't dealt with a situation that you would have dealt with it's also okay, but you can say so afterwards and say, okay, I would have dealt with it this way because my love language, or because of my values, or because of my boundaries. Well, your boundaries come from your values, and my values are maybe different, and it's okay. Your values are also different, and this is what makes us also beautiful. But you also then have to work out, does it breach your boundaries too much?
From the person with the children, is that easy or difficult, or maybe somewhere in between, for them to accept feedback from someone that they love, but isn't the father or the mother of the child or children?
I think it's immensely difficult. And even if you think about it from this perspective, when a teacher at school says, oh, little Johnny never pays attention in school, and I don't think he's been given enough nurturing at home, or he's not being fed enough at home, or he's having too much TV screen, what do you think as a parent? Who do you think you are? It's exactly the same. Why do you think you're more qualified than me?
That and that's the difficulty, right? Because a lot of, like, I'm in a lot of summits or seminars and things like that, and from a man's perspective, one of the struggles that many of the men have voiced is that exact thing when it comes to dating women with children, because if it doesn't go well, they won't have access to the children anymore, as well as they feel, and this may be true to their experiences, is their experience, that no matter what happens, they will always be second and third to the children that they don't have a biological connection with. So for you now, who have 4 daughters, who have children, you have a blended family, what are maybe some misconceptions about that, or thoughts about that, that you want to clarify for the men out there who are maybe hesitant to get involved with women who have children?
It's absolutely normal, and it is absolutely correct that the mother will always choose her children over the other partner when you're coming into this situation. And also the other way around. If it's the father bringing in a girlfriend, know that the father is going to choose children over the girlfriend. And that's the natural right way that it should be done. You are bringing value. You are bringing love and nurturing for the other parent. You are bringing something to the parent, and there are children involved. Nevertheless, it's about you two, the two adults, and your unison, what you bring to each other. But know that whoever is the parent in the situation, it's the mum or the dad, they're going to be loyal to the child, not to the boyfriend or girlfriend, whoever in the situation. Not always. There are situations where we're manipulated on either side of things. You know, we talked about toxic parenting as well. So there are manipulations as well. So that's why it's so complex.
And that's where it gets scary, right? Like, you have some people who are hesitant, men and women, to say that, okay, I'm going into a situation, I'm being told no matter how good I treat this person, I'm always going to be second best. Versus if it was a family that both people created, it's going to be the relationship, the people involved, and then the children, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but I think that's where you need to, when I spoke about the long-term perspective, look at it, you know. So when you start dating, you're most definitely not dating in the house in front of the children when you first get together. Number one, you explain your family dynamics and you work out if this person is actually okay for you. Then you've got to work out, is their parenting style okay for you? And you've got to do all of this before you get involved with the children. The children are the very last part of that. So, as I said, number one, do you like the person? Number two, do you like the way that they parent their children? And then you've got to work out, what is the long-term expectation of this relationship? Is it that we move in together in 3 years? Well, if that is the case, that's going to mean quite a few holidays in a short period of time, because somehow you have to connect with the children. It's the only way you can do it is to connect. And if that means connecting in the week where they've got school and washing and shopping and cooking and cleaning, there's very little connection. That's strategic. That's doing, that's not connecting. So to connect, you have to do it on holiday or at weekends where you're doing something, where you're away from your daily drudge, be it work and the children at school. So how are you going to be able to live together in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. Look at the long-term goal and how you're going to do that. So as I said, you meet, you then work out how they're a parent, how you introduced for the first time that you stay over at the other house, so you're as a family for a temporary position. How do you then have your own stuff at their house? The children know it is yours. How do you then slowly then be at the house when they have the children? Because quite often, especially in Europe, you share custody 50-50, 60-40, something like that. So is it that you never see your partner when they have the children? Well, if it's like that, then you're never going to be moving in together. So, or is it that you are going to be spending time together as a family, doing household things and holidays, and how quickly you're going to be doing that? And also make sure, be careful, because you could go very quickly and it goes wrong and you have to pull back. I've had this situation with the stepchildren. Something went catastrophic wrong and it took nearly a year to pull it back. So it's okay. I'm okay with it. My partner's okay with it. And we had to most definitely listen to the children. They are the barometers in this, and we can't rush things. But, as well, you hopefully, if you're a reasonable adult with reasonable expectations, you know that if you're going to go into it as a step parent, there's going to be things that isn't great, but know also that the children are going to grow up at one stage. They are going to leave at one stage, and it will again just be the two of you.
And what I want to do, Amanda, as we're looking to come to a close on this segment, is that I want to give you 3 wishes, Aladdin's genie lamp.
Okay.
And these are 3 things that you can wish that people knew. So my question for you is, what are 3 things you wish people knew about blended families, their boundaries, and why?
Okay. Number 1 would be, if you're going to go into a blended family, you really have to know who you are before you go into that situation. You have to know your self-worth, your identity, your values, and your own boundaries before you go in. Otherwise, you're going to be adding a lot of fuel to a already simmering fire. So, number 1, know who you are, know your self-worth. Be confident in yourself before you enter a situation where people are themselves, the children, are unsure of every situation because they come from a blended family, from a divorce or a separation. So number 1, know that. And number 2, know when a situation, have something between you and your boyfriend, girlfriend, that says, between the two of you, if something's going wrong, there has to be something between the two of you that you can say, I need to step out, I need to step away, I need to breathe, whatever. This is too much for me. And it's okay. It's okay if it's too much. And it's because you're going to come across every single day different situations that you've never come across before. That's what happens in life. So know as well that when something has breached your boundaries, that you've got the possibility to say to your partner, I need to take a break. I need to go outside. I need to go to the toilet. I need to go to my other home. Give me another hour, whatever. It's breached my bound. And then come back and discuss it calmly and respectfully between the two of you. So know who you are, and know that when your boundaries have been breached, that you have the possibility to communicate it calmly and respectfully with each other, how you're going to deal with it next time.
Perfect. And before I let you go, Amanda, where can everyone find you and what is next?
So I can be found on LinkedIn, Amanda Wakefield Luxembourg. I can also be found on Instagram and TikTok as Amanda Toxic Slayer and Confidence Coach. And I'm also on Facebook. I have a Facebook group called Courageous Conversations. You can find me there as well. And what's next? On the 1st of July, if anybody's interested, I'm doing a workshop on confident communication. And I also have there's also a little special offer here. So I was offering people a 90-minute free coaching session with myself directly. All you have to do is write in and say your biggest challenge in your blended family journey is, and myself and Terrain will look at that and choose somebody that can have a 90-minute free session with me. So the biggest challenge in my blended family journey is, tell me.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Amanda, for all the wisdom you've shared. It is always, always a pleasure to speak to you, and I look forward to our future conversations.
Thank you very much, and to you too as well, Terrain, and I wish you the best. I'm going to continue watching everybody as they speak. It's wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. So everyone, as we wait for our next guest to join us, what I want to do then is I do want to share another clip from someone who gave us a message earlier. So this is someone who shared the message when it comes to a community for special needs children. And I'm going to play that for you guys. Actually, my apologies. I'm going to play behavior health in children. So this is something that I found very, very interesting as we wait for our next guest to join. So what I'm going to do now is I will share my screen and I will play this. Hello, Dr. Evelyn Higgins. Thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Summit. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful, Terrain, and thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this. I'm privileged.
The pleasure is all mine. I know that we're going to talk about something that is close to your heart, that's close to my heart, and fits well within the theme of the summit, and that is mental and behavioral health.
Right.
So do me a favor, please. Introduce yourself, and of course, the floor is yours to speak about this topic.
Sure. So my name is Dr. Evelyn Higgins, been in clinical practice for some 36 years and really segued into the area of behavioral health, mental health, and addiction because really, Terrain, so much has changed for good with the science that we've learned when it comes to these areas. But what I found was we were not employing the information. It was like we were doing these science papers and giving ourselves a pat on the back, but then we weren't disseminating that information to the people who really needed to hear it. And to me, that was an absolute crime. Because, so much, as I said, has evolved in diagnosing and being able to prevent, and then doing what we call precision medicine, of looking at an individual's DNA and saying, what do we need to do for you? Not for the person that comes in the office before you or after you, but what do we need to do for you? What I always get people to wrap their head around this idea is that there's over 8 billion people in the world with over 8 billion different sets of DNA. Yet we treat everybody exactly the same, and then we wonder why we don't get the results. It's crazy. That's the definition of insanity. And the science is here. That's the whole part, right? So what we do is look at truly an individual's blueprint. What are you made up of? So we know what we need to do specifically for you to optimize. I mean, everybody within our DNA, we all have strengths, we all have weaknesses. That's the way it works. No one has the absolute perfect genome. But it's in knowing what your master key is, what your blueprint is, of where we can say, this is the best way to optimize you. And that is like an incredible amount of knowledge that can really be a game changer in people's lives. The amount of patients we see, children with behavioral issues, from ADD to ADHD to spectrum, right? It's all, we've got to look and see what the nuances are for that individual. This blanket, let's just do this, obviously doesn't work. We've been trying that over and over again. So science has taken us to this place to where we have this ability to do it. And my thing is, we're not sharing it with the public. We're kind of keeping it as the best, greatest secret. Well, it doesn't do anybody any good if it's not disseminated. And to me, the perfect place is with young people, with children, because if we can prevent things from happening, my gosh, isn't that what we're all after? When even you look at how behavioral health then goes on long enough to get to the addiction side of things, how does that happen? Well, it always starts with some underlying, be it anxiety, be it depression, be it ADHD, that goes untreated properly or unrecognized. And then this person starts self-medicating, not even realizing that's what they're doing because, whoa, I got to stop all this that's going on inside of me. And it becomes this vicious cycle that we can't get out of. Today, we have the knowledge, we have the ability to change that. So that's kind of my thing of like, everybody needs to know this is available.
What do you think then are some of the obstacles that maybe people will face where in identifying what they need and of course identifying what they should receive?
Sure. Great question, Terrain, because I speak literally all around the world. And people will say to me, I've never heard of this. I mean, my gosh, you're explaining this and it makes so much sense. I need this for me, or I need this for my loved one. But where do I get it? What do I do? I don't know how. How do I get my doctor to order this? And that's the reality. It's like, this is so new. And in science, new is like, what the human genome was mapped out in 2003. In 2008, we looked at the 1,000 most important genes for diseases and conditions. In 2015, we looked at the ability to look at where these errors in coding are. So you say, well, 2015, that was even 10 years ago. In science, that's like a millisecond ago, because it takes time to get it out there. It takes time for the clinicians to say, well, I didn't learn that in school. Well, because we didn't know that when you were in school. So now this is new information that needs to be taught, right? So that takes time. So that would be an obstacle, right? But that's what we do. We literally see patients from all over the world. We either drop ship the lab kits to you, or people come to us in our Florida office or Atlanta office in the States, or literally patients from all over the world. So to remove that obstacle, that's one of the big ones is, where can I get this done? But that's why it's so important for me to disseminate this information, because there is a place that we can get it done. And then for people understanding, they may say, well, I've never heard of this. You probably haven't, right? You probably haven't. So I'd say to people, go do your own research and look up and say, are there actual genes that are linked to anxiety? Are there actual genes that are linked to depression? And if so, can those be changed? And the answer is yes. And that's why the power is given back to the individual today with this science, because there's the term genetics and there's the term epigenetics. That's what we do, epigenetics. So we can actually turn on and turn off the way the genes operate in someone's body by their environment. That's how epigenetics changes, by someone's environment. It's always been there. But if their environment didn't cause a stressful situation, those genes that we didn't want to see come out never did. And then all of a sudden they're in an environment where there's a lot of stress. There's a lot going on in their life, and everything that was always there within their genetic makeup now rears its ugly head and says, hey, I'm here and I'm awake. That's how we see people change. I have parents come to me and say, I've never seen this behavior in my son. He's 20 years old, 19 years. I never saw this behavior. How could this be? I'm like, well, tell me what happened in his life between 19 and 20. Well, he went away. He went away to college for the first time. He's away from home. He's trying to handle school. He's got a part-time job. He's got all new friends. He's making all his decisions on his own for the first time. I'm like, okay, so his entire environment has changed. Those genes that were always there are now showing up in this stressful environment for him. So doesn't it make sense, knowing what we're all made up of, what's our blueprint, what's our code, before we go into the game of life and say, hey, what do we need to make better? Doesn't it make sense? Right? So obstacles would be, okay, where can I get this? We just talked about that. It would be like, how do I find out more about this? Really, Google epigenetics. What is it? Is this possible? And you'll see, yes, this is the beauty of science. Because to me, Terrain, what this does is gives the power back to individuals. You're no longer a prisoner. You're now like, whoa, you know what? Yeah, let's change this for the better.
I absolutely love that, especially the last part where you said that it gives the power back to the person.
Yep.
Right? You've probably seen this, and either in your profession or in your personal life, so many people feel powerless
Correct.
in their life, right? Especially when it comes to health, especially when it comes to mental health, especially when it comes to physical, especially when it comes
Yep.
to spiritual health, emotional health. Like these are the pillars
Yep.
of health, right?
Thank
The
you.
four pillars.
Right.
So when you have people who are struggling to resolve 1, 2, God forbid, 3 and 4 of them,
Right.
right? It can have a devastating impact. And then I guess I would follow up with that is when someone realizes it, because that's a big first step, right? I need help.
Right.
I want to change this.
Right.
And once they start to do the work and they meet with someone like you or they meet with other people, what are then the benefits to their life? Short term, medium term, and of course, long term.
Oh my gosh, it's a game changer. It's literally a game changer because, when someone's experiencing, whether they know it yet, it could just be they're feeling these symptoms, but it's not manifested problematically in their life yet, right? But they know, hey, I'm just feeling different. Or we get to the next step where it has manifested. When you identify what's causing that, Terrain, I can't tell you, when I go over results, one of our clinicians goes over results with our patients, our clients, there's tears of joy, because they're saying, I have always felt everything that you're telling me. And I've just been like, no, that's not everything you just said. Every word you said, I have felt my entire life. I feel validated for the first time, because there's what we call a clinical correlation to every one of these, be it the brain chemicals we look at, the genes that we look at. So they all have what we call a clinical correlation, meaning they make your body think and act a certain way. So when we see the results, either where they should be or lower than they should be or higher than they should be, they're out of range. We know, okay, what you see symptomatically is the appearance of this. You see symptomatically, and people sit there like, you've got to be kidding me. That's exactly who I am. That's exactly how I felt. This can change? Yes. The first step is identifying it, or else we're just throwing darts, hoping we land someplace close. Example in that, what I just said, throwing darts with SSRIs or antidepressants. There's a gene that we look at that tells us if an antidepressant is even going to be effective for this individual. Terrain, I can't tell you the amount of people that we see that have been on SSRIs for decades. First off, they were never meant to have someone be on 10 years, 20 years. It was like, okay, you're in a really tough spot in your life right now. You're feeling depressed. You're feeling hopeless, like you can't get out of it. Let's give you this antidepressant for this short period of time. No, people are living on them now. And we come and we do their labs, and what an antidepressant is supposed to affect is serotonin, that feel-good chemical. And we see that their serotonin is in the tank. They don't even they're hanging on by a thread. So first off, that SSRI, that medication, never did anything for them. It never helped them. And they've been on it for decades. So their liver, their kidneys, their bladder, everything had to process this. And if we were getting positive results, I'll say, you know what? It outweighs. If your life is better because of it, let's go. But when that's not the result, No one says, why isn't it working? What happens is they tell the individual, well, let's half it, let's double it, let's switch it to this, let's do that. And they don't get better, then they pin it on the patient. You just want to be that way. This works, this stuff works. It's just you wanting to be this way. That destroys someone emotionally. When the fact is, no one took a deeper dive to see, was there a genetic reason that this wasn't working for this individual?
When they do the deeper dive, then and they figure out that it could be their genetics, let's say the parents, the family, the children.
Right.
And you mentioned something earlier on. How important is it to identify then in the children the impact of this behavior, of this process?
Oh my gosh, it's so important. First off, for the child themselves, that we can make corrections and this can be optimized. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. It means that there's a weakness here and we've got to handle this weakness. That's it. But it changes that child's life. The trajectory of their life will change dramatically. It changes the parents and the whole family's life. I'll give you an example. We had at the time, she was 3, a foster child who became an adopted child to a family. The child was born addicted, neonatal alcohol syndrome, drugs and alcohol in her body. This kid coded 5 times before left the hospital. I mean, tragic, tragic, tragic story. She makes it out. She's in a family now. The foster family adopts her. She's now in school, 1st grade. And she had been asked to leave several preschools for her behavior prior to it. So while this child wasn't using drugs or alcohol, she was already predisposed to everything that we were seeing. It was showing in her behavior. So the parents came to us like, hey, this is the 3rd school. Like, what can we do? Let's take a look. Let's do a panel. Let's see what's happening with her. She struggled in school. So she was now in 1st grade by the time we were working with her. And she was in Florida. And in Florida, they have testing throughout the year. So we saw the test where she started in math and in reading, and it was way below where she should be. 3 months later, she was here. 6 months later, she was here at the end of the school year. Terrain, I can't tell you. Right? Beyond that, I get goosebumps saying this. Beyond that, she won the Character of the School Award at graduation. So not only had life become easy for her academically, but socially. This kid was just 6 years old then. Think about the impact she will have in her own life for the better, but in everybody's life around her. How she is going to raise other people up because of the person that she was able to become. And that's what we're doing. You know, we're all in this together. That's what we're doing.
I hear stories like that and I reflect on all those children, let's say years ago, who felt out of place, who felt like they didn't belong, who felt like they weren't going to grow up into anything.
Right.
And now we have new ways to approach them, new ways to assist them.
Yes.
When you look back on, let's say, all the generation of children, either the ones you've come in contact with or even the ones before us,
right?
How does it feel to know that you have a way to help them now for the better in their life?
Oh my gosh, there's no better feeling. That's my dopamine hit. That brain chemical that makes us feel good. That's my dopamine hit because, oh my gosh, to see someone's life change for the better. There is nothing better. There is no better feeling. And not just, like I said, for that individual, but for everybody that they come across. It's the grassroots to change.
Fantastic segment from Dr. Evelyn. It brought me back to my own upbringing where there's a little bit of a struggle where I was trying to figure out who I am and just get my life together. But if I knew this, what I knew now, I would definitely work towards a better upbringing. I think it would have helped. But as I bring up my next guest, this is someone that is going to speak to us about Four Cornerstone Perspective. So I'm going to bring her up, and then when I do, she can introduce herself as well as her topic. Nika, are you there?
Hi, Terrain. How are you?
I am well. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. Wow, there's a lot of amazing speakers on here today.
Yeah, we have quite the bit. Well, I shouldn't say quite, but I'm blessed to know so many people. So the floor is yours. Introduce yourself and tell us about your topic.
So my name is Nika Kozira. I'm an intuitive integrative wellness life coach. I'm also a federal police officer and a medical emergency responder. I am originally from Poland, but I live in DC at the current moment. My company name is Stolat Wellness. And unlike I think a lot of people, I already have a full-time career, so I wasn't really looking to be an entrepreneur. My company started more for the reason that I saw a need for it than more of it. This is just something I wanted to do. So not only am I a child of a lot of physical ailments since I immigrated to the United States, I also am a child of a lot of trauma. And that trauma, I didn't realize how much it impacted me as an adult until I actually was able to heal the body and I was able to kind of find a homeostasis. Because I spent, from about 9, 10 years old to about 25 years old in constant battle with my body. And then I spent 25 to 35 trying everything under the sun to try to heal myself. And then 35 to 40 is the first time in my life that I'm sleeping and my body's functioning at optimal performance. And I'm just feeling just amazing overall. And the interesting part for me personally, and I find this actually happens to a lot of the different clients I work with, is when they were able to heal their physical ailments, let's say, that gave space and room for the mental and the emotional. And I didn't realize I had that much stuff to unpack. As a child with a lot of trauma, I had a lot of anger. Anger was my best friend. It's something that kept me motivated. It's the reason I got up every day. I faced the world with 2 fists up. I didn't realize I was an angry person because how the hell am I supposed to know, right? I mean, this is my default existence. And when I was able to kind of get the anger and what I realized is not really anger, it's grief. It was a lot of grief from the things that I went through and the things that I couldn't control as a child that happened to me. That's when this world of spirituality kind of opened up to me. So I'm really, really big on the 4 cornerstones of existence, which are the mental, the emotional, the physical, and the spiritual. Because I find with any client that I work with, regardless of what they're coming to me for, regardless of their age. I mean, the youngest child I've worked with was 9, the oldest was 72. So I kind of work with a large spectrum of ages, genders, different places in life that people are at. But the one commonality is there's this 4 cornerstone. And if everything kind of has a place and a balance to it, you overall are a much more happy, functioning, productive, joyful person.
So what do you think then are some of the obstacles that maybe people face when it comes to these 4 cornerstones?
I think the biggest thing is that people don't really take the time to really spend time with themselves. And even as children, right? I mean, when you look at children nowadays, 90% of them have their faces stuck behind a screen. Right? I mean, that art of having Sunday dinner with the family, that's like just what you see in the movies nowadays. There really isn't an engagement. I mean, parents live in the same household as their children and they text their children that dinner's ready. They don't come downstairs or wherever to go find their kid or yell right across the house to be like, hey, child, let's go, let's feed you. And what's happening is we're being more and more disconnected, not only from ourselves, but from the people around us. And when it comes to the family structure, those habits that you get ingrained as as a child, whether they're positive, whether they're negative, right? Because you need a bit of both. Because it builds you to be who you are today. And I feel like it kind of brings you to your purpose in life. But the more we're using this technology, the more that we are no longer face to face having conversations, I think it's robbing us from the connection. And we're also teaching this younger generation that this energy exchange isn't needed. I mean, I think this summit is amazing, but how much more powerful would it be if we all were in person to actually feel the energies, see the little, body postures and the little laughs or the little, expressions. And it really would be, I think, a much more enriching space. Whereas nowadays we rely so much on technology. And I mean, iPads, cell phones have become basically the babysitters of this younger generation. That's what they grew up on. How many times do you go to a restaurant and you literally see a child with their face glued in front of an iPad just so it's quiet? So then they become an adult that's completely not only disconnected to themselves, but then has problem connecting to other people. The children that I work with and that I see that have the best interpersonal skills are the ones whose parents limit the most technology with them. And the thing is, a lot of people think that that's a limit that needs to be put on just children. But adults, like all that scrolling, just looking at stupid stuff like animals, like, humping a tree or whatever, like ridiculousness, right? That's on your feed. And as funny as that is that enriching? Did it make you better, faster, smarter, stronger? Did it build a connection? Or did you just realize, oh, wow, I spent 3 hours and you can't even remember what you looked at?
If I had a choice, I'm going to be honest with you because I'm always honest with you. I'd rather the text message than the screaming when it comes to the house, right? But I get your point, right? Because like in my house here, when they ask a favor, they'll send me a text message and I'll read it and I'll ignore it. And then I'll go upstairs. I was like, hey, let's communicate this way, right? And maybe it's because I'm old and gray and all these other things. But I guess like that leads me to my next question then is, why do you then think some parents are actually doing it that way instead of doing it the way that maybe they were raised?
So I think it's just convenience. I mean, we're a lazy ass society nowadays, right? You don't have to cook, you just Uber Eats it. You don't have to go to Blockbuster, for those of us who still remember those days, and go rent a movie and then be like, damn, everyone got here before me. We don't have to learn to drive because now we have Ubers that can pick us up and take us places. So it's a laziness. And I understand the need to change with the times. And I understand the need of using technology in a productive way, but it also robs you of that connection, right? For me, I actually personally hate talking on the phone. I'd rather just see you when I see you and catch up with you when I catch up with you. I find that to be so much more enriching. It's the same difference as how different does it feel when you grab a book and you read a book versus looking on an iPad, right? It's that feel, it's that smell of the book, it's that crinkle of it. How many children don't, read to their kids anymore? They just put on an audiobook for them. We're constantly disconnecting ourselves from interconnection, but we're teaching this younger generation that there is no value to be connected together as a whole, as a person to a person. And that's why when you like look at kids, you're like at, once they get a little older, right? We're talking, probably like preteens, teens, they'll have parties and they just all, I was 12 years old in basement parties, you know what I mean? Doing my thing. Like I was having a good time. I wasn't, because there was no, right?
So what do you think then are some of the consequences of us being disconnected in the way that you described?
Well, the more disconnected you are, the harder it is to reconnect to yourself. Because true growth has to come from you knowing who the hell you are. You need to know where your left foot and the right foot is and who you are, and being honest about that, holding accountability and space for the things you did right, the things you did wrong, the things that may have happened to you. And I feel that the more disconnected you are, the harder it is to find that connection and to actually get to the same place. I've worked with so many different clients, whether it's clients who have issues with, infertility or PTSD or sex addiction or fibromyalgia, right? Just to name a few. And the thing is, I'm a very big believer, I'm very spiritual and holistic, that you have everything already within inside of you that you need to heal, right? You're the only person who knows your story in and out, because you're the only person that's been here for the entire story from A to Z every day, 365. So every client I've worked with, they are the ones first who need to reconnect with them, because what might work for you might not work for me, right? I can give you, this is why so many, I feel like, programs, even though I think there's always things made in good intention, whether it's for children, adults, men, women, whatever the case is, they have such short success as far as longevity goes. Like, it might work for a little bit, but then once you kind of deviate from that, all of a sudden, I mean, it's like as if you just wasted your money and your time because you're back to square one. So it's the same thing. I think it's very important when you start to build that block of reconnection and teaching your children to reconnect. Eye contact, as silly as that sounds, this younger generation is petrified of looking someone in the face because they've spent their whole life, right? That's an intimidating thing, to look eyeball to eyeball at someone, and then even harder to have like cojones behind it and be like, express yourself and mean it, because we live in this world of keyboard warriors and we're fostering that, I feel like, more and more in this younger generation.
So what are then, this would be my one of two questions that I have. What are some of the steps that parents can take to create a household where they're connected and to maintain that connection between not only maybe both parents, if both parents are in the house, but as well as with the children in their family?
So I think the number one thing is spending time. I mean, most children don't care what you're doing with them as long as you're doing something with them, right? They want you. They want the mom, they want the dad, they want the attention. On a nice summer day, leave the cell phone at home. Go for a walk. Listen to your child. How was their day? Inquire, tell them about your day. I think a lot of parents think that they have to kind of hold themselves on this pedestal of, I am mom, I am dad, right? But like, children really gravitate to people who are just very honest and, don't fluff them, because children have the best BS detectors, right? Like, they know when you're not being honest with them. Have those hard conversations, answer the questions that might not be comfortable, play a board game with them. I'm not saying you have to do it 6 hours a day. I mean, for most people, they don't even have 6 hours a day to sleep. But that 30 minutes to that hour is so much more productive than watching a movie with your kid that you're not even paying attention to, because maybe you're scrolling through your emails. Or instead of you making dinner, why don't you guys make dinner as a family, right? Even the little one could do something, right? There's so many different things that you can incorporate and reconnect that bond and spending time, because quality time, I think, is so underrated in a society that cares more for instant gratification.
There's a question that there's a comment or that someone posted in regards to what you're saying, and they said that most people are creating alleged family and friend relationships, not real relationships that really matter. Why do you think that is happening?
Because I think having genuine relationships is scary in a world where we live in an airbrush society of perfection, right? So if you're building a real connection with someone, they're going to see you in your worst times. They're going to see you in your bad times. And that's scary because we all want to be perfect. We all want to be airbrushed, right? If you think about it, I think that people care more about the image nowadays than they care about the quality behind it, right? So that's one big thing for me. Like, a lot of people, I've been very much criticized where I have like no makeup on, right? I have a little lip gloss, and I've been criticized like, oh, you should put more makeup on and maybe style your hair. And that's great, but I'm not here to represent this perfection to you. Like, I'm tired. I work an insane amount of hours, right? Like, this is my one day off and this is my third meeting of the day, right? Like, bags and all, like, I am here, right? And I'm not going to pretend like, oh my God, I'm flawless and I'm so made up, because that's just nonsense. I don't wake up flawless and beautiful, and no one does. We're tired. I'm 40. I work 80 hours a week, right? So it comes to relationships too. I have always been the person that when it comes to children, I have a ton of children in my life. I'm like the ultimate godmother. Elton John has nothing on me with the amount of God kids he has. Okay. Like I love kids. I have a lot of kids in my building that are constantly at my house, you know, and or adults. And I'm always extremely honest and vulnerable and transparent with them because, and that's difficult because they'll ask you questions that there's going to be shame involved or there's uncomfortability, right? But I'm teaching them that it's okay, right? If someone cares to be your friend or have a relationship with you, they're going to accept you just the way you are. And even with adult friendships, how many times are you with a friend and you don't really say what you mean? Right? So what are we teaching our children then? To not say what you mean, to say what is correct, right? Or what someone is expecting you to say. And I think we need to get back to a society where you're just brutally honest. You know, I appreciate the friend who'll be like, Nika, you look like crap. Like, what is going on here? Thanks, friend. Thank you for not letting me come out in the world looking like this, right? Versus the friend where I look, you know, like crap. And they're like, oh, you look great, girl. You look fantastic, right? So I think we need to bring back a little more honesty with not only with ourselves personally, but within the people around us. And I know that's scary because we've been kind of programmed now to just live in this world of perfection. But the more that we could be honest and transparent with ourselves, and especially with those children, I think we would build a much healthier society overall.
I agree. I think if we're more honest with ourselves first and foremost, we can definitely develop to be more honest with other people. And Nika, as we close, where can everyone find you and what do you have going on next for you?
So I'm actually a part of a few summits. I'm in the middle of writing a couple of segments and some books. Um, I am not creative, so all of my social media handles and my website are the exact same thing, which is stolattwellness.com or Stolat Wellness as the handles for my Instagram, YouTube, or Facebook. And it's Stolat Wellness. Stolat means 100 years in Polish. So I'm wishing you all 100 years of life and many, many, many blessings. And I'm sure you can also reach out to me through Terrain, or you can reach me at Nika at stolatwellness.com. Once again, I'm not creative, so we're just going to keep it nice and simple. But it was an absolute pleasure to actually sit down and finally do this. I know you've been working so hard on it, and I'm so proud of you for throwing this whole summit together and having such an amazing quality of people. So thank you, Terrain, to you. Hats off.
You are so kind with your words, and we talk quite a bit, so we'll stay connected. And thank you.
Absolutely. Take care, everyone. Have a beautiful day.
Bye, Nika. So, everyone, who I'm going to bring up next is someone I've known for quite some time. She goes by the name of Maya. And this is someone that connected to what we just spoke to Nika about when it comes to devices and your child's emotional growth and all those good things that sometimes become all those bad things. Maya, are you there?
I'm here. It's great to see you.
It is great to see you. Welcome back.
Thanks. Thanks so much for putting this together. What a great set of panelists and such compelling topics. So I'm just thrilled to be a part of this.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to open up the door, open up the floor. It is yours. So introduce yourself and your topic.
Sure. I am Dr. Maya Bristow Klein. I do go by Maya. I'm a psychologist and psychoanalyst in private practice, located in Southern California. I'm also the founder of Pathformers, which is a platform for parents and professionals who are looking for some support in navigating childhood mental health and development. And my topic that I'll be talking about today is actually adapted from pathformers.com. It's just we're just going to talk about some features of it, but if you're interested in the full course or presentation, it's called From Self to Selfie, How Devices and Media Impact Emotional Growth in Kids and Teens. So that's what I'll be talking with everyone about today.
Perfect. So I guess the $1 million, no, actually with inflation, the $1 billion question is, how does devices impact our children?
Tremendously. The impact actually starts at infancy, and the research on this is really compelling. We're finding that parents who are engaging with devices while they're also engaging with their children. This interesting thing occurs where children, infants especially, begin to associate devices with emotional comfort. And if parents are over relying on devices or social media, then that can become part of the caregiving milieu. And you can imagine over time, if that stage is being set as an infant's brain is developing, the wiring that occurs to remain connected to devices instead of engaging in real human to human interaction. So we're seeing effects start very early and then progress into teenage years, and in some cases cause a rather regressive functioning in a child's development.
So when you say regressive development, how can parents identify that to, if they can't catch it before it happens, catch it early enough where that maybe they can make some correction?
Well, that's such a great question. And it's important to have a sense of what we psychologists refer to as developmental milestones. So these are things that generally children should be achieving as they move from one developmental stage to the next. I'll give you a few examples. So in toddlerhood, there's this phase called the rapprochement phase. And what is ideally occurring is that a toddler is going out into the world, they're discovering their independence, they're running around, they're bumping into things. And hopefully they return back to their parents for emotional safety and comfort when they run into something scary or new. We want that to actually occur because what that back and forth process does is it co-regulates the child. It begins to help them internalize a sense of what safety feels like and turn to their parents or other humans, adults in their lives, to develop a sense of emotional regulation. So in that stage, if you're starting to see a child sort of spend too much time away from you, or on the other end of that spectrum, cling a little bit too much and not be willing to go out and explore the world, then that might give you some indication that something's kind of amiss. And what we're seeing also in the vein of devices and social media usage is that a lot of young children are being given devices when they feel upset, when they stumble into something in the world that's disorganizing. And that kind of sets things off because they don't develop that emotional muscle of how can I regulate myself internally and with the external world around me, not with this device. So it's helpful to know about those kinds of milestones that will indicate to us if something is not developing appropriately in our children.
Has the handheld devices become the 2025 version of the pacifier?
Wow, what a good, yeah, I mean, that's such a spot on observation, particularly in the function that a pacifier serves, which is to self-soothe. And adults and children are both guilty. We're all guilty of this. Sometimes I'll work with teenagers, and actually, in our sessions, if we're talking about something that's anxiety provoking, they'll look down at their phone and they'll start scrolling in the session with another, with their psychologist. And I often kind of pull them out of that and I wonder, what just happened? Was it something we were talking about that was distressing for you, that you sought out your device for comfort or soothing or to be pacified? And that process, it's actually an interesting period because we can use the device as a signal to something's making a person anxious. So it doesn't have to be viewed as this negative thing. If we're using it appropriately, it can be a tool of communication. It's just that it has to be communicated and not just relied on for this prolonged, pacifier function that you just so aptly brought up.
Because that's the first thing that came to mind when you described it. And then it also brought me back to, let's say, the love languages, right? Like for me, my parents, anytime they did something I didn't like, shut up, Terrain, here's a gift, here's a toy. So that was the pacifier, right? So I grew up to dislike gifts because it made me uncomfortable and it reminded me of when they would just say, okay, you know what? We're sorry, here it goes. And then when you brought up the example of the devices, how you would sit the child in front of it, it was like children in the playpen, or you're crying, here's a pacifier, and it would calm them down, right? But from what I've read, from a psychological perspective, you're supposed to go from being soothed by others to soothing yourself, right? Are children struggling with that since they're always surrounded by devices that soothing themselves instead of them doing it internally?
They are. And I think as a result, we are seeing increases in childhood anxiety and depression. And we're also seeing that these symptoms of anxiety and depression are manifesting much earlier in children than in past times. I think something that is occurring or missing is that when a child, hurts himself or herself, or they're in school and a friend says something that hurts their feelings. There's not, I don't want to say kind of globally, but I think there's less of a likelihood that an adult is present and nearby to reflect back to the child, oh, I can see why that would hurt. Or to take that hurt and help the child elaborate it into that made you sad and that probably made you really angry. And how can you take those feelings and dwell with them a bit? And maybe as you dwell with them, you discover solutions to the friendship or to the injury that you just had, so that a process is unfolding between two people. And then a child takes that information and internalizes it. And that's what they use to, begin to self-soothe and begin to emotionally regulate themselves, even in the absence of their caregivers. Now, with devices, I like to think of them as stably unstable. So a child or a teen can turn to a device and they might know if I post this picture, then I'll get this like. But what they might not predict is a different kind of reaction. And so they know that they can go in and they can, engage in this action, but they're not always aware or able to predict the response from the environment. And that can be really unsettling for a child who's really trying to stabilize their emotional state. So while there's some stability in the stimuli, there's not so much stability or predictability in the response, which can be very flustering, especially for 10, 11, 12-year-old who are just beginning to develop a sense of themselves.
So if Maya, the mother, doesn't tell me I love me today, I will log on and Terrain, the follower, would tell me I love me today.
That's, I think, the wish. Yes, but it's not always the reality. And this creates this really vicious cycle of, as your other speaker was just talking about, perfecting one's self to acquire the sense of I am loved and I am lovable. So I can airbrush this, or I can say this one thing or do this other thing, and that'll get me more likes. And unfortunately, that can reinforce this drive and strive toward perfection that is unrealistic and impossible to achieve.
And then you have the impacts on the men and the women. The men, I'm generalizing here, will try to make their bodies as physically strong as possible. Bigger, stronger, more likes. Women, more cleavage, more skin, more likes and attention. And it's all coming from what maybe they think they're lacking within the home or what they perceive that they're lacking in the home. Would that be accurate?
I think that would be accurate. And that also tracks with something we're starting to see in terms of diagnosis, and that is an earlier diagnosis of narcissism in children, and in adults, a bit more of what I call pernicious narcissism, where it becomes impossible for people to receive feedback that might help them become better people and grow. Criticism or critical thinking can begin to be internalized as sources of shame. And then you start to see this kind of pernicious narcissism where people become much more focused on their aesthetic and how they look. And really, I think this is a good segue to talk a little bit more about regression, because when you start to see someone being self-focused and putting themselves in the center of everyone else's world, that regresses a person back to this earlier stage of primary narcissism, where children are supposed to be the center of their child's world, of their parents' world. Parents are supposed to be impressed by them and proud of them. And eventually, we hope that moves into secondary narcissism, where children develop reciprocal relationships and they're focused more on others and not so focused on themselves. But if we stay in this space of being self-centered and adopting what I call a selfie culture, then people are more apt to stay in this primary narcissistic phase that's built upon not who I am in the world, but how do people look at me?
Beautiful. And someone asked the question, Maya, do you believe the advent of AI will increase the pacifier phenomena that we've been talking about?
Hmm. I think in terms of handicapping our ability to be creative, innovative, and take risks. AI has this comforting, I think, in some ways, feature of curating our language. And as a result, creating kind of a sense of ourselves that is not fully authentic or developed in a way that promotes real relating. And so that's a great question that you're an audience member asked, because I do think so. I do think that AI runs the risk of um, promoting a sense of self that is not real, but is false. And what we know about the distance between a person's kind of false self and their real self is that in between, the wider that gap is, the more likely they are to experience anxiety and depression, because they're having to split off a part of themselves that they deem unredeemable and only show the part of themselves that feels perfect and curated. And when that other part starts to rear its ugly head, as it should, that can create anxiety, like, oh no, what am I showing about myself? And how will this be received by others if it's not perfect?
If the parents are the safeguards to all of that, then where they are lacking, and this goes to another comment someone shared, who is policing the police? Meaning that if the parents are parenting the children, then where are the instructors, the supporters for the parents in those situations?
That is exactly why I created Pathformers. And I think it's why you're having this vital summit, is that parents need support. Parents are really finding themselves having to reinvent the wheel of what it means to be a parent and how to parent children in this very complicated time and season of life. And so I think the support comes from summits like this, platforms like Pathformers, and it comes from community. I think that community has kind of taken a back seat, especially post-COVID, where we were operating in these very small pods and we were separate from one another. And I think even though that's 5 years ago, we're just now coming out into the social world and remembering each other. And so I think that parents have to remember that there are resources out there like this, and that there's a community that they can engage with face to face and show that to their children. Show their children what they might have missed out on from years of quarantine, or what they're continuing to not have access to when their nose is stuck in a phone. Kind of that old trope of be the change you want to see in the world. Resources that support parents should also help them be that change for modeling's sake, and just so we can all kind of develop flourishing lives.
Beautiful. And before I let you go, speak to us about the app. What kind of support does it give to parents as well as families in general?
Yeah, so I actually developed Pathformers because I noticed this gap where parents were calling me saying, I need help for my child. My child's therapist or the other providers that I reached out to have these long wait lists, and I just don't know where to turn to. So I developed Pathformers as a platform for parents to receive support. We cover a wide range of mental health and child development resources, starting from the foundations of development, where we have courses that are on things like colic and how to help your child if they're potty training, all the way to you have teenagers who are going to college, and how do you get them ready for that, especially if they're struggling with things like ADHD or anxiety. We also talk a lot about neurodivergence, autism, and other learning differences that can emerge over the course of a child's development. And we're really geared toward providing parents with the support so that they can better support their child. The point of Pathformers is to empower parents to help get their child back on a path towards success and resilience. So, how that works is parents, providers, family members can enroll in one or many of our courses, and they can go through the courses. Each module has about 15 different classes that parents can really invest in and digest information about different conditions, about different concerns. And alongside that, we're right there with them, providing worksheets and other resources they can use to reinforce their learning. And right now we're offering a discount to members or participants in the summit. Anyone can go to pathformers.com and receive 20% off. And I'll work with Terrain to get that link available to you. But I couldn't recommend it more. It's my passion project, and it's how I'm giving back years of clinical experience and working with parents and children to empower parents to help their children grow.
Thank you so much for that. And I know there's a number of people asking if they could be a part of it and share the knowledge, and you answered it before they could even ask it. So well done,
Oh,
Maya.
good.
Any last words before you leave today?
Well, I do want to kind of leave the participants with um, a few nuggets of to model to their child what their child might be losing, to focus on naming emotions with your child, and to realize you don't have to overhaul your life. You don't have to rob your child of their digital devices or punish them when they're engaged too much with social media, but make the devices, because they're going to get access to them, especially if they're 11, 12, and older, but make it part of the caregiving milieu. Talk to your child about what they're seeing. Try to help them consider, is this fantasy or is this real life? And also engage them with the world around them, because there's so much beauty to be had in relationships. So I'll just leave with that.
Thank you so much, Maya. It is always a pleasure to speak to you. And thank you so much for joining me today at my summit.
Thank you. I'll see you again soon.
Yes, we'll talk soon. Bye, Maya.
Okay.
So thank you, everyone. So lots and lots of information so far. So the next person I'm going to bring up is Sandra, and we're going to speak about, well, she is going to speak about, I don't want to take too much credit for this fantastic topic that she has, the art of unconditional commitment. Sandra, are you there?
I am here. How are you?
I am well. Thank you so much for joining me today. You're going to speak about something that's very powerful. So I'm not going to take any more of your beautiful spotlight. Introduce yourself and your topic, of course.
All right, I will do that. Well, I want to start by thanking you for having me. I'm so excited to be a part of this. This is a wonderful summit that you're putting on, and I just thank you, Terrain, for all that you do and all that you're doing. And who I am is I'm a creativity specialist. My name is Sandra Kavanaugh, and I'm a speaker and a consultant and a transformational coach and an author of the book Spontaneous Brilliance. I'm also a host of the Spontaneous Brilliance podcast. And something just fell over behind me. And I also spent 35 years in professional theater as a director and a producer and a writer and an actress and a teacher of acting and improvisation. And with all of those career things going on, my most important thing is that I am a mom. And I'm a mom of 4 daughters. And my oldest is the one I gave birth to. And then I have 3 daughters that I adopted, 2 from foster care and 1 in a private adoption when she was actually able to do that as a legal adult. And so my topic today is the art of unconditional commitment. And I actually started speaking about this and writing about this many years ago, about 15 years ago, because I had adopted my 2 youngest girls from foster care in 2004. They were, in 2004, yes. And they were, at the time, they were 4 years old and 9 years old. And they were biological half-sisters. And when we adopted them with a lot of enthusiasm and some naivete. And, my 13-year-old biological daughter had come to her father and I and said, hey, you guys have been promising me a little sister for a really long time, and I'm 13, and if we don't do it soon, we're never going to do it. And so I thought we were going to adopt somebody. And so that is what we set out to do. We set out to adopt from foster care. Through a wild series of circumstances, we ended up adopting 2 girls instead of the one we had thought we were going to adopt. And it just, it was such a wonderful experience. We were running a professional theater company. We were a really creative household. We were really full of love, and we just thought we have so much to offer. And we wanted so badly to parent more children. And when the girls came, Andy and Brittany, were undiagnosed with anything, which is very typical when kids are adopted from foster care. A lot of times, social workers will deliberately not have them diagnosed because they're afraid that it's going to give them a challenge in getting adopted, which is kind of noble, but also kind of terrifying. So our girls, once they arrived, they had fetal alcohol syndrome. Brittany, the youngest, is 4. She had lots of neurological processing disorders. She used to have to be restrained about 10 to 15 times a day, sometimes with just flailing when her nervous system couldn't handle it. And the older one, Andy, who was 9 when we adopted her, Andy was also dealing with fetal alcohol syndrome, but Andy was also extremely manipulative, and could be a little bit violent and reactive. And I like to say that my kids with fetal alcohol syndrome were truth challenged, because lying was kind of like a first line of order for them. And so that was new for me to experience all of that. And things went kind of from tough to really difficult when about a couple of months after the adoption was finalized. So the kids had been in our home for a year. Andy started to get far more comfortable with letting her true colors sort of fly. And what we discovered very quickly was that Andy was and had been abusing Brittany severely. And I don't have time to go into the details of the story, but basically one day I discovered, because Andy told me, that she was trying to kill Brittany, that she was trying to kill her and make it look like an accident, that she believed that her life had really, that people only cared about her if she pretended to care about Brittany, and if Brittany were gone, her life would be better. And in that moment in time, our world flipped upside down. It was already kind of chaotic with all of the girls' needs, but really, in that moment, we just lost everything. It became psychiatric hospitals for Andy, door locks and door alarms, and lots and lots and lots and lots of therapy, which the kids had already been in, but this reached a whole other level. And we had just a very, very chaotic household. And the first thing that the social worker who had helped us adopt Andy and Brittany said to me the day she found out that Andy was actually diagnosed at 11 years old, just barely 11, as a homicidal sociopath, right? Sociopathic with homicidal ideation, because basically if someone annoyed her or felt bad in her life, she wanted to end their life. And we were told that she was not compassionate. She would never be compassionate. This could not be fixed. This was mental illness that could not be managed in any way except to institutionalize her permanently. The first thing that the social worker said to me was, put her back in the system, terminate your parental rights. This is not what you signed on for. I was devastated by what she said, not just by what was happening, but by what she said, by that point of view that, oh my God, these are not your real kids. We have at any given time about 400,000 kids in foster care, and about 120,000 of them are waiting for adoption at any point in time. And I was just so tired at that point of hearing people say to me, well, at least they're not your real kids, or You're doing something I could not possibly do. People have said that to me so many times over the years. I got to tell you, now, Andy is 30 and Brittany is 25, and we're all still here. Our oldest daughter, Shelly, is still here. She's 34, about to turn 35. And my other daughter that I adopted, Maria, is 32. She's in between Andy and Brittany. We are all still here. We are all still very close. And spoiler alert, Andy is not institutionalized. And it really created in me, this whole process created in me a deep belief that what comes naturally to me, because I gotta admit, I am a commitment junkie. Like once I commit, like once I committed to the kids, it just seemed unfathomable to me that people thought that this was undoable. And I recognized that as many kids as are out there in the system, that are waiting to be adopted, or even those that are in the process of adoption, that the system is set up to basically give parents the opportunity to test drive these kids. And if you don't like them, then you can throw them back. So I started talking to parents who were expecting to adopt. I would go into adoption agencies and give workshops for parents that were thinking about adopting from foster care. And I would give this talk on the art of unconditional commitment to them, very specifically tailored to these people that were planning to adopt. And I would say, okay, everybody write down the reasons why you would like to give birth to a child. And then they would do it. And I would say, okay, now write down all the reasons why you want to adopt. And they would do it. And I would say, now look at those two lists. And if they're not the same, please don't adopt. Please don't adopt, which would freak out, of course, the adoption agencies. They would be like, wait a minute. But here's the deal. If you're adopting a child from foster care, you are not doing them a favor. You are not doing some wonderful act of altruism for these children. You're adopting, you're bringing into your home your children. And I would say, if you don't like what characteristics your child shows up with when they're born, you can't shove them back in the womb. So the same thing is true when they get off the plane or they walk through your front door. If it's not easy, if it's not convenient, you can't throw them back. You can't shove them back where they came from. And if that is not your attitude, then please don't adopt, is what I would say to these parents, because we like things to be, we live in what I call a morality of convenience. We like things to be nice and convenient for us. We like disposable, diapers, and we like disposable spoons and forks and paper plates and things like that. But the problem is that inconvenient people are not disposable. As much as we try, we kind of use foster care as a way to out of sight, out of mind with these kids. And we do the same thing with elder care facilities. We do the same thing with a lot of situations. And people are inherently inconvenient. Just like these kids are inherently they're going to disappoint, they're going to frustrate you, but they're what I call my inconvenient angels. Because I would not be the human being that I am without these kids. And so when people kept saying to me over and over and over again, I couldn't do what you do. I can't do what you did. I don't know how you stick with it. I don't know how you kept going, et cetera, et cetera. That's what really sparked in me the need to create the art of unconditional commitment. And so I kind of broke it down, the process that I go through. And I really have what I think of as 8 qualities or 9 qualities actually for the art of unconditional commitment. And I'll list them for you. They are love, acceptance, integrity, faith, compassion, patience, responsibility, forgiveness, and gratitude. And when I started speaking about this, when I started going out to, facilities and larger places speaking, inevitably, if they were putting out a flyer and I would say, I'm coming to speak about the art of unconditional commitment, which, by the way, works in any relationship. It doesn't just have to be kids adopted from foster care, but that was certainly my impetus. And so a lot of times I'm speaking to parents, adoptive parents or parents that are planning to adopt, or foster parents. And but when I started speaking and they started putting it up on flyers, a lot of times the flyer would say, Sandra Kavanaugh is speaking about the art of unconditional love. No, I'm not, because there is a huge difference between unconditional love and unconditional commitment, because commitment is active, it is a process, it is there for you your whole life. It is the establishment of a fact in your life when you have committed to that human being. Love, even though we love to say that we love unconditionally, and as parents, we want to say that we love our kids unconditionally. But unconditional commitment is there to hold you when you're not even sure you like these kids, let alone where did the love go? Love can be very passive. And we can say things like, oh, I love Fred unconditionally. I just can't live with him. Well, hello, that's a condition, right? So unconditional commitment is like, I am these girls' mom, and everything that entails, I'm in. When I like it, when I don't like it, when it makes sense to me, when it doesn't, when it's scary, when it's happy, all of it. And so in relationships, I'm going to try not to take too long here. I just want to talk to you about unconditional commitment and the different qualities of unconditional commitment. But I think one of the best examples of what is unconditional commitment came from my partner Rex. And he asked a friend of ours at their 25th wedding anniversary, because Rex was, at the time, this was many, many years ago, Rex was quite a commitment phobe. And he said to our friend, how do you do that? How do you stay committed like that? How do you stay together for 25 years? And our friend just looked at him and went, don't leave. Hello, that's it. That is the fundamental basis of commitment. You're not going to undo it. You're not going to leave. It's an established fact, and it is something that is staying there no matter what. So the qualities of unconditional commitment, if I can just talk to you about those for a second. The first one is love. And I've already said that unconditional commitment and unconditional love are two different things, right? And so in this case, what I'm talking about with unconditional commitment, the quality of unconditional commitment that is so important is that you find the love, that you find what it is that you love about being a parent, and you cling to that, and you find how you like to be loved and how your kids like to be loved. That is you're finding out about these children when you adopt them, or if you give birth to them, you're discovering who these children are. It's a discovery process all the way along, just like any relationship you enter into. So with love, you are finding out how you love and how they love. And then you're working with that to build that through the other qualities. Okay, so you're building on love, but you're not just considering it something that has to be, or something that comes naturally, or something that you feel bad about if you're not sure you feel it in a moment, right? It's all what it is. So the second thing the second quality of unconditional commitment is acceptance. And acceptance is, I teach spontaneous brilliance, and spontaneous brilliance is based in all of the techniques for acting and improvisation that make for a good performance on the stage. They also make for a great performance on the great stage of life. So I actually use acting and improv metaphors to teach people how to show up authentically in life. And one of those things that I teach people is that improvisation, life is by definition an improvisation. And in improvisation, there are only three things you are ever doing. You are either making an offer, accepting an offer, or blocking an offer. And in order for an improvisation to go well, you want to be making offers and accepting offers and not blocking. And so in life, same thing is true, because life is by definition a 24/7 improvisation. It just is. And so accepting means that you are acknowledging that something is there. You're letting it be a fact. And by letting it be a fact, you are finding that that thing is then yours to respond to, yours to make an offer back to. But it's accepting, it's acknowledging who they are, who your kids are, and what the circumstances actually are. You know, it broke my heart when Brittany was she was 5, and I would lay in bed with her to help her fall asleep at night. And we were laying there talking, and she started to have tears in her little eyes, and she was just tiny. And she said, "Mom, how come the other kids are gooder than me?" And that broke my heart. And Brittany used to get in trouble in kindergarten because she could not leave glue stuck to a desk. She had to pick it off. She had to. And so once I got her diagnosed, I fought to get her into an Excel program, a special needs school program that allowed her to be in that auxiliary classroom and learn the way she needed to learn. But she also had a general ed classroom. And the special needs teacher, the first day when we had to move her to this other school, the first day, special needs teacher introduced her to her classroom, you know, when the kids weren't there, showed her her desk, and then showed her her extra desk, which was over on the side of the classroom in her general ed classroom, covered with glue. And she could pick the glue off that desk as soon as she finished her other work. I learned so much about acceptance that day from that teacher. It was beautiful. Accepting is about allowing whatever it is to be true without judgment and then offering into it. So seeing your child clearly as a unique, beautiful, creative genius, whoever they are, and then leaning into that and allowing them to show up as themselves. And so the next quality of unconditional commitment is integrity. And it's your integrity, because these kids have had so much uncertainty, so much trauma, so much change, and they don't know you're always going to be there. You might know that, but they have no way to know that. Their life has proved otherwise. All evidence to the contrary, right, is the way that their world looks. And so when you are showing up for them, it has to be with integrity. And I mean integrity like structural integrity. You know, when you think of integrity and you think of what does the, what's the integrity of a staircase? You know that if that structural integrity is going to hold you when you go to walk up the stairs, you can count on it. If you can't count on it, you fall through, everybody gets hurt, right? Their sense of integrity is a learned sense of integrity, and yours is a choice. Okay, whatever you have learned before you brought these kids into your life, either through birth or adoption, or you married a blended family, these kids are relying on you. They need to be able to rely on you. And so your integrity is about how you are going to consistently show up. So the next quality of unconditional commitment is faith. And faith is about having faith in your integrity. In other words, having the wherewithal, the consistency to step out in faith on what you believe is the most loving thing you can do for yourself and your child in every given moment. Okay? Faith is active, right? We don't say an active belief, right? We don't just believe or think that our kids might be great at something or our kids might get through something or whatever. We look at it from faith is active. Faith requires you to take an act, to take a leap of faith, right? An act of faith. So you're getting up every morning with these kids and you're taking a step of faith. You've got to commit to how you're showing up, regardless of the evidence, right? Because faith is about how you are moving through life, regardless of the evidence to the contrary, right? And so if you've got faith, then you're taking these actions even when it doesn't look like stuff is going to work out the way that it should. And I'll tell you a little bit of a story. Just my having faith and my deep commitment to being these kids' mom didn't mean that we didn't have hellacious circumstances for many, many, many years. And Andy went through several institutional placements. And no matter where she went or what happened, I never gave up the daily control of what was happening with her. And that was much to the chagrin of a lot of the people in control of those facilities and stuff, because they weren't used to that. They were used to the kids that were in those facilities being wards of the state or whatever. They weren't used to a parent wanting to be involved in every moment and staying in direct communication with their kids. But for me, the huge part that was important was that I was there consistently for Andy. I was her mom. I wasn't going to let this happen without me being a part of it. You know, Andy had actually trusted me enough when I told her that no matter what she told me about what she was feeling when she was just barely 11 years old and we knew that she was doing horrifying things. When I sat down with her and I said, I'm your mommy and I love you and that is not going to change no matter what you tell me. She opened up and she told me exactly what she was thinking. And so there was a point, I have to tell you, where our household was completely broken apart. And my husband at the time, he had adopted the kids with me. And about 9 months into it, all he could say was, I just want my life back. I just want my life back. And I would always say, there's nothing back there, right? There's nothing back there. There is nothing in the past. We're in the now. And these are our kids. And we ended up being divorced over this. And at the time that I had this conversation with Andy that I'm going to recount, he was gone. Andy didn't know that. I didn't want her to know that. And I was a single mom of 3 girls with some pretty profound special needs. And I was on the phone doing a meeting with Andy and all of her therapists, etc., at the placement she was in. And when the conversation was over, Andy asked if she could talk to me just by herself. And she said to me, Mommy, when can I come home? And I said, I don't know, sweetheart, because there are a lot of adults trying to make a really good decision here. Because if we make the wrong decision and we bring you home, the only way we will know we made a mistake is if somebody gets really hurt. And she said, what if I never love Brittany? Can I never come home? And in that moment, I was like, holy cow, okay. hang on. And I just said, all of a sudden, my whole brain coalesced around it. And I said, you know what, Andy, we're doing this wrong. We're doing this wrong. You and me and everybody else, we're planning for you not to get better. Even if the only people that believe it are you and me, we have to start planning for you to be well and be fine and be able to be home and be well. And that's what we did. Andy would literally, she'd get in a fight with somebody at this facility, and she would call me and she would say, this is what happened. This is what I did. This is what I think. What should I feel? Because you know, kids with RAD, kids with any level of that disassociation, where they are lacking in compassion, they don't understand feelings. And kids with fetal alcohol syndrome, they have a lot of executive function challenges. And so they can't think of cause and effect. And so she started to use my conscience as her conscience when she didn't have one. And it was a beautiful process that evolved. And I will tell you, Andy is about to be 31 years old. She's a caregiver. She is literally a CNA. She is the most compassionate, kind, loving, open human being you would ever want to meet. And I would trust her with my life. And so I would just say to you that sometimes expectation and judgment is the greatest sort of breaking point for commitment. And that brings us to the next quality of commitment, which is compassion. And compassion is what I call love mixed with understanding. And it goes along with acceptance. It is about really trying to place yourself in the shoes of that child and recognize that anything that you're afraid of, they're afraid of it too. Anything that you have ever been afraid of, you know, we're all afraid of death. We're afraid of being rejected. We're afraid of not being loved. We're afraid of all these different things. Anything you can put on your list, it's on their list. So have compassion for it. My oldest daughter, Shelly, who became the kid's other parent at 16, right? She and I used to say when we were having extra big struggles with Andy, and sometimes they were extraordinary, she would say, you know, as hard as it is to be on the outside of Andy, I can't imagine how hard it would be to be on the inside of Andy. And that would keep us going a lot of days. Patience is another quality of unconditional commitment. Patience is, or a lack of patience, is all about expectation, right? And those perceived needs that we have, right? If we've got patience, it means that we are being present in this moment and not relying on expectation for the future and not relying on our judgment of the past, but just being here. That's where patience comes from. And forgiveness is another one of the qualities of unconditional commitment. I don't believe in regrets. I may be weird in that, but I don't believe in regrets. When Andy was 11 or 12, and she was in yet another facility, and I would come and get her during the day and take her back there at night because she couldn't sleep in our house because we weren't sure she wasn't going to severely hurt somebody or kill somebody. And I can talk about that with a smile on my face now. Because as I said, this is a human being who is kind and compassionate and loving, but just had to learn that was a thing to be. And so back then I was dropping Andy off one night and she said, Mom, I know you don't believe in regrets, but really, don't you even regret me? And I was like, oh, honey, no. And she goes, really, really, even the things that I did? And I said, you know what? I wish no one had gotten hurt. I truly wish no one had gotten hurt. And I wish you had never gotten hurt. But I'm not wise enough to know what I'd be giving up if I undid any of those things from the past. So no, I like who we are. I like who we are becoming. I like what we're learning. We're going to figure this out. And as I say, we did. And when my ex-husband would always say, when he was still my husband, I just want my life back, like I already said, there's nothing back there. That's just a memory. And memories only have the power that you give them. And right now, my memories of these times with the kids are profound strength builders and inspiration to help other people. And so another quality of unconditional commitment is responsibility. And responsibility, commitment is basically a victimless universe, right? You're not, this didn't happen to you. You created this, whatever it is, whether you gave birth to the kids, got married and the kids came with that, or you adopted the kids. Those kids are in your life because you chose that. And so responsibility, I always put a hyphen in the middle there, right? We have 100% responsibility for our lives. Responsibility.
Sandra, I'm sorry, if I may,
Mhm.
I just have a question, just in essence of time,
Sure.
right? When it came to this situation that you described, as we close, what's something that you learned about yourself and that you think other parents would learn from this situation as we close?
I think the most important thing that I learned about myself is that that we are creating whatever life we're living in every moment, and we have that 100% responsibility. So I would say that's the biggest thing, is that just own it, accept it, and keep moving forward, and acknowledge that these kids are human beings. One of the most bizarre things that ever happened to me was I was talking to a social worker before the adoption was finalized, and I was describing all of the issues that were going on with Andy and Brittany. And I could hear her getting more and more afraid that I was going to send the kids back. And and I said, no, 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 wait. Don't get me wrong. These are wonderful people. And she gasped and she said, I think that is the first time I remember hearing these children referred to as people. And we just have to remember they're human beings that are evolving and growing just like us. They're not partial human beings. They're complete, whoever they are.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that. And before I let you go, where can everyone find you?
You can find me at sandrakavanagh.com or at spontaneousbrilliance.com, but Sandra Kavanaugh is the easiest one. And there are lots of free gifts there, and I will do a complimentary coaching session with anyone who wants to, and they can sign up through that.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for that story. And I'm glad that you were able to fill the household with the love again. It's fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
The girls are all very close. We're all very close, and yeah, they are all having great lives.
Okay. So I look forward to our next conversation, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Terrain.
All right, Sandra. Bye. So everyone, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to bring up our next guest. This person is going to be speaking about becoming empowered by your grief. So his name is Chris. He's an acceptance coach and the founder of Empowered Grief Journey Coaching Practice and Podcast. And he helps individuals move from a place of pain into a place of hope. And so many of us can definitely use hope. Now, I won't be able to introduce him like he can, obviously, because he knows himself better than I do. But Chris, are you there?
Hi, Terrain. I'm here.
Thank you so much for joining us today. So do me a favor. Let's jump right into it, but introduce yourself and tell us about your topic.
Well, thank you. For everybody watching today, my name is Chris Mamoni, and I'm an acceptance coach who helps people heal from grief, loss, and trauma to discover their self-acceptance and step into their personal power. My name of my coaching practice and my podcast is the Empowered Grief Journey. And my podcast that I have is stories of people's grief and healing journeys that are meant to help inspire people who are going through grief or feel stuck in grief, learn how to navigate that journey just a little bit easier.
Perfect. So I guess my first question to you is when it comes to grief, what are some of the impacts that happen to people?
So I'm really glad that you asked that question because that's something I get asked about a lot in my coaching practice and when I meet new people. What grief really is a personal transformation journey because what happens to all of us when we go through grief, whether that's losing a person that's really strong relationship in our life, whether that's losing a child like I have, losing a job or relationship, or even losing yourself for that matter, you're never the same person you were before you went through that experience as you're gonna be after you've gone through grief. And the reason I say that is because you're walking away from who you were and stepping into who you're becoming. And grief is that gateway that gets us through that transformation process.
Do some people struggle with letting go of, well, actually, let me rephrase this. Do people struggle with accepting who they are becoming after the grief journey?
They do struggle with it, and I will share with you why. We're very comfortable with who we become at a certain point in our life. We get very accustomed to how we behave, how we act, our beliefs, our convictions in life. We get used to our environment and what goes on with that. When grief happens, we're forced out of that really, really hard and very, very abruptly. And so, stepping into who we're becoming because of grief is very unknown and very uncertain. And we're also, by the way, shedding parts of ourselves that no longer serve us when we go forward. And so that can be a very scary process for a lot of people. So coming back to why I call myself an acceptance coach is because that first step in the healing process is to accept what has happened and what has transpired. And where people struggle a lot, by the way, with this layer of acceptance, that first step is that acceptance doesn't mean that we like it and we agree to it. It doesn't mean those things. But what it does mean is that we accept that situation of grief for exactly what it is, not what we think it is. And when we allow ourselves to get there, that's where we can finally say, I accept that this loss as it happened. I'm not going to be able to go backwards anymore and be my old self. I'm also not no longer going to have this person or experience in my life anymore. This new life is waiting for me to figure out what that is. And I welcome that into myself with open arms. And that's not a very, it's easy for me to say this, but it's a hard process for many, many people, including myself. And so I also want to preface this is not something you can do in one day or 1 week or 1 month, but it's something that's going to show itself to you when the time is right for your journey.
There's a number of people that I've become friends with over, let's say, the last year, year and a half. And it's interesting because I've known a lot of people that have passed away, but I didn't know anyone that passed away that was close to me, right?
Mm.
Then over the last 2 years, I came in contact with a number of people that were going through their own grief journey. They lost people that are very close to them. And then I lost someone close to me. And I always found it interesting how you begin to relate to people either when you're going through something or when something's on the horizon. So I guess my question to you in regards to that, do you find that sometimes the community of people who are experiencing grief or going through it, they either knowingly and unknowingly come together and become advocates for each other?
I will tell you more often than not that does happen. Something that you brought up that I want to clarify too, which I'm glad you spoke of, is that when we lose somebody, that could be a grandparent, a parent, and I'm going to use those for examples because most people go through that. Sometimes we try to relate our loss to somebody, and it's actually very different. Even if I lost my grandparent compared to you, it's the emotional attachment that we have to our loss, and it's always going to be an individual journey of things. We can't really fully relate to people because we're never going to know the emotional bond and connection that an individual will have in a moment of grief and loss. As far as coming together, though, I can share that it does bring people together, not to compare losses, but to say that I'm feeling it's hurt and it seems like you're feeling hurt too about that loss. Would you like to talk about that? Is there a way for us to hold space and talk about this experience in a shared way that we can convalesce together in this moment and really try to help ourselves navigate this grief journey, not alone, but together?
What do you think are some of the obstacles that actually, let me take a different perspective to this. For men, man to man, what are some of the obstacles that men face on their grief journey? And why do you think that happens?
I think men face a lot of obstacles on the grief journey. I found out when I lost my son to stillbirth a little over 2 years ago. There's a lot of resources out there for women, and rightfully so. I love that women have a lot of resources. Lost parents, dads in particular, we don't have support out there. We just don't. And so we're oftentimes left to figure out we lost a child just like our spouse did, and that there's not a lot of resources out there for us and grief support and counseling that will actually be there to safely hold space and help us learn to navigate that. We as men, by the way, we're not taught how to express emotion. We're taught anger and we're taught silence and suck it up and be a man, toughen up, buttercup. We're taught that stuff. And I'm here to say, by the way, on this, and I'm grateful for the opportunity today, my friend. Us men that have that mindset, we are actually hurting ourselves. And I'm here to speak up on behalf of men on that. That tough guy persona that you put on is really hurting you. It's not helping you. And what I've noticed is that men bury that emotion down really hard. And when they do, by the way, it comes out in anger, it comes out in drinking, it comes out in drug, it comes out in whatever way it's going to manifest. And so, one of the stereotypes of why we as men face that challenge is because in our culture in America, you guys have heard the phrase too, by the way, that women are overly emotional and men don't know how to feel. It's a very true statement, and I'll share why. It's because women are taught how to feel emotions. Women are taught how to express emotions. They're taught how to say, I hurt, I feel, I'm sad, I don't like this, I'm upset. Men know how to go, I'm pissed, I'm angry, or they say nothing. And so we haven't learned how to do emotions yet. So, what I want to share about with men in particular is vulnerability is not a weakness, it's a strength. Being able to be a man and say, I'm hurt, I'm sad, I feel lost, I feel confused, I'm not sure how to walk this grief journey I'm on. Those things don't make you weak as a man. And by the way, sucking it up and not saying anything, by the way, it really is hurting you. And it's not giving space for you to honor your emotions and honor your journey and honor yourself. And so I'm here to encourage men to snap out of the tough guy mindset. It's not helping you, it's not helping people around you. I want you to honor yourself, and I want you to I'm giving you permission today, men. If you guys are listening to me, I'm giving you permission to be vulnerable. I'm giving you permission to say, I feel hurt, I feel sad, I'm upset, I'm frustrated. Get out of anger for a hot second. Anger is a secondary emotion, it's not a primary one. When you say you're angry, by the way, ask yourself, what's causing me to feel angry? What's making me feel angry today? What memory or what thought or what kind of grief thing is going on that's causing me to feel this way? Go a little deeper. But I want you to have permission to be yourself, and that's what I'm here to help men do, is feel your emotions, learn how to express them. You have them, you just weren't taught how to show them.
Chris, what do you think contributes to men not embracing their emotions, especially when it comes to, let's say, grief or just in general? What do you think contributes to that?
I think what contributes to it is a lot of societal norms that have happened over many, many decades beyond myself. I can say that older men that I've been around, somewhere between 50, 60, 70 years old, they're from that generation of tough guys, suck it up. They're from that generation. That generation did not teach men how to feel. So we've got some societal barriers, social norms around that are really hard. And we also, by the way, are still continuing to see that today in a lot of ways of trying to, label everyone a certain thing and box them into categories. And if people, make us uncomfortable, we think there's something wrong with them. And that's another problem in the grief community, by the way, is that people need to grieve, but there's people out there that don't deal with their grief. And when they see somebody like a man like me, for example, come by and show emotion, they get uncomfortable. Well, they get uncomfortable because I'm doing that thing that they want to do but don't know how to do. And they also know that they need to do it, but they're too scared to do it because, again, there's norms there that have taught them they just can't do it for some reason. So, what I'm going to share is, we make us men who are able to express emotion and vulnerability, we make other men uncomfortable because they're not given permission or have a space around them where it elicits them to be able to have those functions of going through grief. So I think it's a big thing to start telling men it's okay to cry. It's okay to be vulnerable. We've got to break these stereotypes in our society and stop saying that, stop looking at grievers, especially men, like there's something wrong or they're broken or they need to be fixed if they show emotion. We got to stop that. What we do need to do is say, what's going on today? Or how can I best support you? Or what do you need help with? Or, it looks like you went through a really hard situation, losing somebody in your life. What can I do to help you through that? Those are the things we need to switch our language over to and get out of this idea of uncomfortable awkwardness. Because grief, I'll wrap up with this so we can go forward, but grief doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care what color your skin is. It doesn't care what continent you're from, what culture you live in. If you're a man, a woman, whatever you identify, it doesn't care. Grief is universal and we will all experience it. So I think it's very, very deeply needed in our culture, by the way, to accept ourselves individually fully for who we are, not what people think or box us into, and give ourselves and give others permission to be in that grief space.
What do you think are some of the obstacles that people face to give themselves permission to feel the emotions that they're feeling?
That's a very tough question, Terrain. I'm glad you asked that one. A lot of this can come up in how we're raised. It could be our family values. It could also be our friends, who we're friends with. Um, it can also be, who we are around in our jobs or around at events we go to. Our societal conditioning oftentimes predicates what emotions we're going to show, what we feel comfortable and safe doing. There's a lot of people, by the way, that have emotions and feelings and they don't know how to express them. They just were never taught. They were never shown. It's not that they're bad or they're too stupid to figure out. It's not any of those things. It's that they were never taught how to do that. And they were never given space, by the way, safe space to just say, I'm struggling with figuring out how to express this emotion. Can you help me with that? Or to have somebody come along and say, it sounds like, it looks like, or it feels like you're having this emotion right now. And what's that feel like for you? Not a lot of people talk in that language. And that's why I think a lot of people, by the way, will, a lot of men in particular, will hurt and feel sad over the loss of a child, but they'll sit there and say, well, I'm going to make someone uncomfortable if I open up right now and say I'm really sad today. So I'm going to hide this thing inside me. And that's where we as people, not necessarily grievers, but people who are around grievers, just need to hold safe space for them. It's not because they don't know how, they just weren't shown how. So let's help each other out as a community, whether you're a griever or you're not a griever, you're somebody around a griever. Let's all help each other because we're all going to face it. So let's do this together.
Do you think people then struggle with the decision of, do I make Chris uncomfortable with this news or do I make myself uncomfortable with the news?
I think people struggle with how others are going to perceive them. And so, what I see a lot in my coaching and what I see a lot in my life, we all put a mask on every day. We all do. When we go to a job, we go to school, go to a concert, whatever it is, you always put a mask on, right? Because sometimes we're just not comfortable being vulnerable and open enough to saying what really is. I was on a podcast this morning before this show, and the woman that I was on said, I was having a morning before I jumped on with you where everything was going wrong. Everything was this. And I was worried about how you were going to perceive me on the show. She put on a mask the whole time we were on the podcast, and she did a beautiful job, by the way. But she got real with me after the show. And that's when I had to say, hey, you know what? I honor that. I respect that the day was just not being kind to you. I appreciate you being vulnerable with me, by the way, about that. That tells me you're real. I'm talking to the authentic self. When we take this mask off, by the way, it shows the real self. And the reason that we scare people, by the way, is that when we take our mask off, some people don't because they're scared to do what we're willing to do. And so we need to make it more normal, by the way, to take this mask off. If we're having a very hard day with grief and loss, accept that part of yourself. There's nothing wrong with you. Be okay saying, I'm having a really hard day today thinking about my son that I lost. I'm having a really hard day today because it's my grandfather's birthday and I'm still celebrating him even though he's not here. But I'm having a really hard time with my emotions today. The more that we make that the new norm, that way people's masks will come off, will hold safe space for everybody. And this whole narrative of grief won't be awkward and uncomfortable. It will actually be something that we honor, we value, and we see as an opportunity with people.
So, Chris, as we close, I'm going to ask you this question. You have 3 wishes, Aladdin's genie lamp, okay?
Ooh.
Ooh, I know, fancy, huh?
I like that.
What are 3 things you wish people knew about taking off the mask and being their authentic self?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. My wish for you guys when you take your mask off is not to feel fear, not to feel anxiety, and not to feel the pressure of how other people are going to perceive you, but how you are going to feel comfortable in your own skin and your own experience of life. No one else is going to have that for you. So I want you to work on feeling that for yourself. My second wish that I have for people in this aspect of things is to honor your journey, honor yourself, embrace your emotions. There's 8 billion people walking this planet. That means 8 billion people are going to die themselves, and you're going to face loss too. We're all going to. So I want you to honor your journey, embrace your emotions, and find courage and strength in your own time. Don't do it for anybody else, but do it for yourself. Give yourself back that power and control. Because that's really, by the way, where you can create a very inspiring, empowered grief journey. And that brings me to my third wish of things. I wish that everyone discovers their own empowered grief journey. I'm 68 episodes into my podcast, and I'll tell you this, that's 68 people that have found their empowered grief journey on their own, and they're out there going into the world doing very beautiful things. So I want to encourage you guys listening to me today. What does your empowered grief journey look like for you? What would it look like to take that mask off and meet yourself right where you are and honor your emotions, honor where you're at in your journey? Say that it's okay to be me. That it's my world. I get to create it how I see it. That's my wish for you guys is to embrace that part of yourself because when you do that, everything that's not meant for you will fall away to the wayside. It will get out of your way. What will come next, by the way, is all the beautiful things that you have in your life. There's always gifts, lessons, and blessings in the grief moment of life that you're going through right now, even in the hardest moment of grief. There's always gifts, lessons, and blessings. And I want you to find those so that you can go out in the world just like I'm doing, like Terrain's doing, and go out there and help people with your beautiful gift because you have it, what's in you. And I want you to go out there and make the world a better place.
Chris, I think that's a fantastic answer, and I appreciate you sharing that because it's so important. And before I let you go, of course, where can they find you?
If you guys want to connect with me, I'm on Facebook. You guys can find me at the handle the Chris Mamoni. You guys can also go to my website, www.empoweredgriefjourney.com. You guys can find my podcast and a little bit more information about me. I want you guys to know, by the way, I offer free 1-hour empowerment calls for you guys if you're interested in coaching. I don't like finances getting in the way of the support that you guys may or may not need because as you go through grief, the worst part is doing it alone. You don't have to do it alone. I had to in my situation. I don't want it for other people. I want you to have somebody there that can walk beside you on that journey. I'm also offering 25% off on my 3-month and 6-month coaching programs for you guys to make sure you guys can get the support you need without finances being a burden. You have a beautiful gift inside you guys, and I'd be honored to walk that path with you. Thank you, Terrain, so much for having me on today as a presenter. And I want to wish everybody out there listening to this who's going through grief or feeling stuck in grief. I know that you guys have something beautiful inside you. So lean into yourself and find that beautiful gift within. And I'm always here to support you guys.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I can't wait to look forward to our next conversation. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
So everyone, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring on another guest. And this young lady, even though she's gonna decline and say that she's not, but this young lady is someone that is going to speak to us about parenting with resilience in separation or complex family. Lucy, hello. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for joining me today and to speak about such an important topic. So do me a favor, introduce yourself and let's speak about the topic.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, great talk from Chris there. It was there's some amazing things and some overlap with some of the things I look at. So it was really lovely to hear some of those points from another angle. briefly, my name's Lucy. I'm a coach, consultant. I mostly do leadership coaching, and effectively through coaching high-level leaders, I have come across a number of parents, of course, and who have had parallel journeys going along at the same time as the reason I was brought into corporate context for coaching. So in time, I've sort of developed a part of my work, which to myself, I call it's really taking leadership of the direction a family dynamic can go when there is separation or other forms of complexity, because it's not just about separation, and there can be, as we've heard, there can be loss, there can be there are a number of situations that can be very, very challenging. And I specialize in resilience, and so working with these parents has been amazing. And it's just over time I've just wanted to do more of it, because effectively the help is needed, not because people can't do what they need to do. As parents, we tend to always end up doing what we need to do. The problem is our children grow in between times. So yeah, that's me. I'm pretty passionate about resilience, and especially for parents who are trying to navigate their way through complexity. And yeah, and I sort of, another area I look at is psychological safety. So this comes into sort of how we can be more resilient if we can make environments safer, to Chris's point earlier.
What are some of the ways that parents can make their household safer for their children as well as themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a huge one, because research to date is quite vague. It's very theoretical about, that psychological safety. And psychological safety is really that ability to speak up. So how do we create an environment where people can speak? And this is one of the overlaps with what we were hearing before from Chris. One of the things is modeling that ability to speak. So if as a parent you struggle to talk about your emotions, if you can't see the reason to do it for yourself, doing it for your children is going to be essential. You have to be able to say, I'm struggling today. I'm sorry if I'm not in the place you would like me to be. I need to find a way. You have to be very open, because only then will you have children who can do the same thing. It's very much about modeling it. And if you're not good at it, because we're not good at it, we've been raised in multiple different ways, it can be very much about just saying, this is not what I'm great at. I know I should be saying more. So it's really owning up to who we are and trying to model that safe environment. And then on the other side, being as non-judgmental as we can, which sometimes with our kids is difficult, especially when they're lashing out at us and realizing that they are just trying to work out their environment. It's never really personal, and yet it's, they practice all these ways of functioning with the people they love most. So as parents, we're in the firing line, and just the awareness that when they're firing at us, there's an element of love that comes in. So being able to say, okay, I hear you. It hurts me maybe, but I hear you're upset. So what can we do? It's really creating a space, modeling and being open. It doesn't mean taking away boundaries. Let's be very clear about that. Boundaries are also part of the safety, but it's making those boundaries clear from the outset, not suddenly putting them up and changing the goalpost each time.
Many parents today grew up in a time where the kids didn't speak to parents like two people, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was tiered. There was a hierarchy.
Mm.
So based on what you're sharing now, those parents who are conditioned in that way, where you speak when you're spoken to, right?
Yeah.
How do they then develop, one, that they can speak to their children like regular people, and two, to accept their child speaking to them like a regular person?
So learning to speak to your child, I think if you haven't learned how to do it as a child and you haven't developed those skills, that's one of the areas potentially people need support. It's really learning to work themselves out before they can share where they're at. They often don't have words. It's a lack of vocabulary and it's a lack of being able to put words against awareness. So they've developed a system that is non-verbal. So the whole thinking and creative process around emotions is less present. And so they don't process emotions as much either. So it's very much, that's one of the areas where support can really help. And it's as adults learning to develop the awareness of what we're feeling, be able to talk about it and understand the message emotions have, because emotions are data. They're really only data. And when we can get to that, emotions are data, then potentially we'll be in a better place to be able to talk to our children. When it comes to accepting children talking to us as people, it's very much understanding that, you know, things change. And again, that's where the support can help. Often what parents say to me is they struggle with the, you know, should there still be respect? Should they still be the parent? And absolutely, they should still be the parent. And so again, we're back to that clarity of the boundaries. Our children aren't speaking to us like necessarily like a friend, but they're speaking to us as somebody they trust. And so as a trustworthy parent, we can say, no, I don't agree with that. I hear that's what you want, but I can't agree because my role is. And it's very much understanding the clarity of the boundaries and then accepting that, you know, communication over time has changed. Younger generations are, thank goodness, being taught to speak up a bit more. And so it's acknowledging it and appreciating that they are able to witness something and learn and see elements of their children that their parents will never have seen of themselves. So it's the depth of the relationship you get from allowing that to happen. And sometimes it's tough. So it's very much that mental flexibility, being able to, you know, respond rather than react. So it's I like to talk about the space in between. It's those moments in between, that an awareness we develop to hear something, not react to it, and just take that microsecond to go, that's their truth, it's their reality right now. How can I share mine without it being confrontational? And that's often about needs, confronting needs versus confronting emotions. What do they need and what do I need? As opposed to what are they saying, feeling, and wanting me to fix. It's really their need versus my need, and where can we find overlap?
What do you think some obstacles parents face then when it comes to accepting that from their children and, more importantly, from themselves?
I think the biggest obstacle is habit. It's, you know, they've got decades of a way of functioning. And so the sort of transforming that is, there's resistance. We have resistance. And, you know, you have those little voices in your, not quite voices in your head, we're not mad, but you have things that have been, you have beliefs, you have things that have been sort of built into you. And if you stop and think about them, you know that they're probably not as reasonable, but in the moment they come back. And so it's very much, yeah, it really is accepting that who we are is not what we've been told, and we have a choice to be who we want to be. And that choice takes work. And my honest belief is that our children are the only ones that really will make us do that. The love we have for our children is the only thing that can shift us from to question our beliefs and to listen more and to try and understand different needs, even ones we don't understand, to accept that there's there are things we don't understand and we may need support to understand them.
So let me ask you then, when it comes to the parent journey, let's say a new parent, current parent, or a seasoned parent, creating this resiliency, creating this place, understanding that communication is key. How can we continue to learn the importance of it, even though we may think we've mastered it because we've been a parent for 10 years, but continue to hone these skills? What can we do as parents to do so?
Effectively, it's permanent learning. We're always developing. We're never a finished product. And so embracing that and moving with it. And I can speak from experience. I have two daughters who are 20 years apart. And I cannot say I parented them the same way. Luckily, I had enough awareness. I'd been working on this for long enough to say to my eldest when the youngest was born, I'm not going to parent her the same way. I'm not the same person. And a lot has changed. You've taught me a lot. And so then I've parented my second child very differently. The values, the principles, everything underlying, in fact, is the same. And my eldest has pointed it out to me. There's a lot that's still common. But my approach to listening, to investigating what it is that animates my youngest is way more advanced now than it was with the first. And even at the time, I've always been considered to be pretty much into communication. So it's very much being allowing ourselves to not be right. We're only temporarily right. It's a bit like research. For years, people thought that, the earth was flat. Then it wasn't. It doesn't mean before they were stupid. So what we're doing now, we are going to find fault with moving forward if we start looking back and picking holes in ourselves. But in fact, it's a journey. And if we didn't take the step before, we wouldn't take the step we're going to take. And there are still 3 steps. We're in evolution the whole time. So if we accept that, we can get the support and we can take those moments to stop, breathe, realize it's not personal, and go, what does everyone need here? And hear what other people need.
So Lucy, as we close, I'm going to give you 3 wishes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm.
And what are 3 things you wish parents knew about parenting their children differently in the household?
3 things I wish parents knew. Ooh. 1, I think I wish they knew that they are imperfect and it doesn't matter. They always will be, to a degree. So becoming comfortable with getting things wrong means, and that's my second one, I wish people would be comfortable with saying, I got this wrong. So yeah, that would definitely be a second one. Your kid throws a tantrum, you say, go to your room, I don't want to see you. Being able afterwards, when the child comes out and says, that I was irritated, it wasn't the right way to proceed. It's not about you. That was my temper and I shouldn't have done that, sort of thing. So that would be my second wish. And my third wish would be for them to realize, for it to create weight, but for them to realize that what they do is what they're going to leave their children with. So this whole developing resilience and the ability to face adversity and cope, to me, is the number 1 skill we can give our children. One day, and as Chris said before, we're all going to lose people. And one day we're not going to be there to support our kids, hopefully, because we don't want to go before them. So knowing that if we show them how to be resilient, and that's really why I support people, it's so that they can move forward, but they can model it for their children, because it is the biggest gift any parent, to me certainly, any parent ever can give their children, is the ability to cope with life even after they've gone.
And of course, Lucy, before you leave us today, where can they find you?
Okay, I can be found on LinkedIn. And my email is literally lucy.airs @gmail.com. And I can share links. I also, similarly to Chris, and I think we're driven by the same thing, I do free sessions because I really do, it really pains me to think that people are struggling as parents, because the impact is bigger than just them. I really want to be there to support that. And for people who don't want to talk, because sometimes it's rough starting by talking, it can take a bit of time. I also have a link that people can click on, and I can send them just a resilience plan. I just have a few little questions for them so that I can tailor it to them. So I will, I don't know if there's anywhere I can share these for the audience to get hold of, but yeah, so those are my main things. I do have a website, but it's probably not the best or first place to go and find me, but I'll share the link too.
Thank you so much. Please email me that, and then I'll include it in the show notes. And I look
will.
forward to our next conversation, Lucy. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, and have an amazing time, all of you. I'm loving what I'm hearing.
Thank you so much. All the best. Bye, Lucy.
Okay, bye.
All right, everyone. So what I'm going to do next is I am going to play a recorded session from Fran, who wants to speak to us about a community for special needs children. So I'm going to share that with everyone now, because this is a beautiful, beautiful message from Hello, Fran. Welcome to the Parents Around the World Summit. How are you doing today?
I am doing great, Terrain. Thank you for having me on.
It is a pleasure, because today we're going to talk about something that's very close to my heart, close to your heart, and it is building a community that involves special needs children. So take us right from the beginning. How did you get involved in this, and why?
So I have a son. He has Down syndrome. He is almost 10, but I am starting to just now get a handle on things, and I feel like this was the perfect time to kind of start something that would help. I don't want to say newbies, but parents that are just entering this journey, because I'm still in the journey, and I just wanted to kind of, create something where parents could, kind of learn from my mistakes and I guess communicate with each other, and, others can get involved. I just felt like it's something that's needed. So I was like, why not? I'm not as overwhelmed as I was. So maybe now's a good time.
Speaking of your son and your situation, and you mentioned newbies, or let's say new parents, what's something that you wish you knew back then that you know now that would have benefited you, and why?
I think that a lot of parents they have so much information, and they don't really know what category their child is going to fall into. Is their child going to have a lot of medical issues? Is their child going to be high functioning with their disability, or not so much? So I think I wish I would have known where to go when I had questions, because I know going through the process, you're just trying to get through the day. You have all these appointments and things that come up, but sometimes you're like, okay, well, I see that, he's doing this now. So should I be concerned or not concerned? And you're not really sure. So, there are communities out there, and I think that some of them are good, but I just wish I would have known where to go when I had these, unexpected questions about something that, you know, you can't just ask the parent next door because the parent next door doesn't have a child with special needs. So it's just something that, you know, you have to, you know, grapple with. And I just wish I knew where to go. And that's part of the reason why this community came to mind.
When you think about the questions that, or at least when you look at where you wanted to go in regards to guidance or assistance, what were some of the more difficult questions that you had to ask yourself, or that you wish you had the ability to ask someone for guidance in?
I think for me, and this is going to depend on the parent and their situation, for me, it was developmental milestones, because if you have a special needs child, you already know that those milestones could vary. And there's a lot of, you know, kids that have special needs that meet their milestones just like a normal kid, and then there's others that don't. But I wish I would have just, known, what to, the correct questions to ask, when to be concerned, when not to be concerned. But those milestones were a challenge for me. I had to say to myself, well, I know he's not going to be walking like a normal kid. So when is he going to start walking? Is it taking too long? Those things, it could be scary. I mean, there's a lot of emotions that come with that. So I just wish that, I could have, known the questions to ask and known where to go with these questions.
For the parents out there who may be experiencing this situation, or who have a child that needs a little bit more awareness and attention than other children, what kind of guidance would you, actually, let me rephrase that. What's something that you would share with them that you learned, that you look back and you're like, aha, this is something that is very valuable and you want to share with others?
So like I was just saying, so developmental milestones were key for me, right? So getting your child into the necessary therapies is important. I mean, extremely important, as early as possible. And learning that, I felt like I did struggle with getting my son into those therapies quickly, because he's a child of divorce, and when you start to try to enroll your child into different things, they're like, well, are you divorced, are you single? And then they want custody and custody agreements and all that. So it's very challenging when you're a single mom, because you have to have all your ducks in a row just to get your child into whatever they need. So I would say that you need to get them into their specialties as quickly as you can. And one specialty that I struggled finding out about was physical medicine. And physical medicine is a doctor that can prescribe equipment that's needed for your child. They can evaluate your child based on where they are and get you that that assistance, that ramp you need when you enter your home, or the support in the bathroom, or the activity chair you need for their homework and eating. There's that. If I had to say, the light bulb came on when I finally was able to meet with a physical medicine doctor. I mean, there was so much I didn't really realize until I got there, met with her, and she just opened my mind to all of the things that I should have already had that I did not have. So that I implore any child, any parent that has a child with special needs, look into getting a physical medicine doctor.
A few of my friends, they have children who have special needs. And one thing that they always go back to is that I wish I didn't blame myself for my child's situation. They did anyways. They felt guilt. They felt a little bit of shame because they felt that they contributed to it. I remember one example someone gave to me. They said that, I wish I didn't eat all that pasta before because it may have impacted, right? Because to them, they're trying to justify, they're trying to find a reason, trying to
Yes.
rationalize it, right? And I can see a lot of parents going through that, taking some of the guilt onto some of the shame. So I guess my next question for you then, Fran, is what are some of the misconceptions that you've heard or experienced or even seen that you want to clarify, debunk, and totally get rid of?
Well, I can think of two things that really come to mind quite often. I feel like a lot of misconceptions are around what my son can do. Like a lot of people don't interact with him normally because they think that, you know, he has some limitation, but his limitations are not in his thinking. His limitation is just in his response time. So I have to always tell, you know, other kids and adults, just, you know, just say hi, you know, just speak to him normally because he knows, he understands. Just give him a second to respond. So I do a lot of, you know, intervention in that way, because I do want people that see him often to know that you don't have to be, you know, apprehensive. Just take, you know, give him some time. You know, he just needs a little extra time. He can function the same as any other kid. He just needs a little bit of time. And another one that I think of is the perspective that somehow special needs kids can't live a full life. Like they won't be able to, you know, go get married, have a job, you know, live their life. And that's ridiculous. You know, like I said, you know, my son with having Down syndrome, yes, you know, he has some developmental delays, but as far as his ability, he can roll with everybody else. I mean, he's got the intellect to understand and to communicate. It just takes him a little bit more time. So that one is a little bit frustrating for me, but again, I have to intervene and be like, oh yeah, he's gonna be fine. You know, he just gotta be in the position to have all of his needs met so that he can meet his abilities, you know, his potential. And I think that that's why it's important to get them in the specialties they need so they can strive to meet that potential.
And I want to piggyback off of that last statement because that takes me to like someone like me who doesn't have children, but who's been around people who have children that are special needs. What would you recommend, or what would you want to share with me or people like me who don't have children with special needs, but they want to be advocates as well?
So that's kind of where I want to go with the community that I'm starting now. Brave Parents is about putting everybody under one roof, you know, not just parents, but just advocates, you know, people that provide services, teachers, doctors, whoever has a passion to support these kids. I just feel like that everyone needs to kind of be on the same page and supporting the kids and trying to strive to make the community stronger. Because I find that it's very difficult, especially in small areas, and that's where I live. I live in a small town. You know, socially, I mean, it's difficult socially to find community. So, you know, the more that people get involved, I feel like the better we can support these kids and they can reach their potential. So I feel like if you are just someone that without a special needs child, I feel like that you still have something to offer. You still have feedback to give. You still have, something to provide these children, and they have something to provide you, because these kids are just bundles of love that just want to be loved and want to give love. So I feel like just because someone doesn't have a special needs child shouldn't prevent them from getting involved, because there's lots of communities out there And the more that people that have a passion for it, or even a little bit of passion for it, get involved, the stronger that these communities can grow.
And I think that is very well said, because we are going to need people who are directly impacted by this, who are directly in the community, such as, let's say, the parents, the children, right? As well as those who are maybe a foot or so outside of it, such as advocates like myself who don't have children, who see it and they say that, you know what, we want to interact, we want to be a part of this, we want to give, right? So what would your vision be then for this community that you're building? Such as, if I were to give you 3 wishes, you could wish for anything you want, Fran. What's 3 things you would wish for when it comes to this community, and why?
I want it to be a repository of resources. That's what I want it to be. I want it to be full of resources. Like, I don't want any parent to go without knowing, like that is, I'm sorry, that is like, that burns me up. Like, if I don't know something, I want to know, and that when you're going through, when you're raising a child with Down syndrome or any other special needs, you get thrown monkey wrenches. So additional information is a commodity. You need it. You need information as much as you can, as quickly as you can find it. So yes, I want this community to be a repository of resources with information, with people, with specialists, with events. I mean, I haven't gotten that far, obviously, but I can visualize this being something that has a little bit of something for everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to bring my next guest up, and this is a conversation that I know many of you are going to enjoy, like you guys have enjoyed the other ones. It's a beautiful conversation. It's a powerful conversation, and it's something that we have talked about with so many different people here today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Gwen up. Gwen, how are you doing today?
Hello. It's nice to be here. Nice to just be able to share in this beautiful summit.
Thank you so much. So what I'm going to do, Gwen, is I'm going to leave the floor to you, because you're going to speak about trauma in the foster care. And of course, I can't introduce you better than you can. So introduce yourself and your topic, please.
Yes, my name is Gwendolyn McDowell. I will be talking to everyone, or sharing with everyone, about trauma in foster care. I am a survivor of the foster care system that took place back in the late 60s and the, I would say, early 70s, all the way till I was 18 in the DMV area, the District, Maryland, and Virginia area of Washington, D.C. And I am currently now the mother of 2 beautiful adult daughters. And I'm just happy to be here to share my story.
Thank you. When we think of foster care, because we had someone speak about it earlier today with adoption and yesterday as well, we think we hear good things, bad things, and a whole bunch in between, right? So from your perspective, share some of the experiences that you went through during your time.
My time with the foster care system initially was absolutely horrific. I was placed in the orphanage back in the 60s called Junior Village. Was a world-renowned orphanage here in the District of Columbia that housed, it's supposed to have housed, I believe, about maybe 300 to 600 children, but it was well over like 1,000 or so. So it was very crowded. It was a very abusive institution. And what's so eerie about it was that prominent people came to visit, such as, I believe, Jane Kennedy, I believe Martin Luther King visited there. According to some research that I had done about it, it was a horrible time for me and my siblings. The only thing I remember, because I was very, very young, I remember being in a crib, and I remember my foot being stuck out the crib, that was stuck out all night, and a nurse coming back in to put my foot back in the crib. But my older sister, they cut all her hair off. And it was just I remember being very, very crowded, really not having enough food. I remember a big room where there was just like rows and rows of beds. It's like 2 rows, and we were just lined up against a wall. And I remember one night, some caseworkers came and took me and my siblings out, and we were then placed into our first foster care home. So after we were placed in the first foster care home, actually we were taken out of Junior Village because word had gotten out that, they were mistreating the kids. They were drugging them, they were beating them. There's a lot of sexual crimes going on there. And so they had talked about, the children being put in foster care. So my first foster care home was a married couple that had 2 daughters, and we had a glimpse of hope. It was a very beautiful home, and they were very nice when the caseworkers dropped us off. But once they left, it was like they turned into Chucky. It was just very, very horrible. We were abused, we were beaten, we were starved, we were overfed when we said that we were hungry. It was a horrible, horrible experience for me.
When I hear stories like that, it absolutely breaks your heart because children are so defenseless. Children are so vulnerable. Like in general, you hear in society that there's 2 people there's 2 demographics you don't take advantage of, right? The elderly and the very young.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
When you look back on your experiences, how does it feel as an adult looking back on what happened as a child?
Looking back on it, oh my God, I can't even, the fact that I'm still alive and thriving and resilient at this point is victory for me. But looking back and feeling what I felt during that time, you said it, I felt absolutely helpless. I was so young, I didn't even really realize what was going on. I just felt horrible. And I remember the caseworkers coming in. I was maybe about 5 years old. I do remember them like looking at my body, just they stripped me and my siblings down, and I remember them kind of turning us around. So that was very weird to me. And shortly after that, we were taken out of that. So I do now have knowledge that there were bruises all over our bodies just from the beatings. But when you're that young, you don't really know that you have all these bruises. So looking back, I'm like, oh my God, these people were horrible. And I don't even know to this day how they found out. But I remember being very grateful to be taken out of that situation. I had a sense of like just being lost in the world, being invisible, feeling like I was a mistake, like I'm being beat like this, I'm being treated like this because I just somehow popped in this earth by mistake. And so this is my punishment for being born. It was just a terrible time for my siblings and I.
When you look at your experiences now as an adult, how do you think that has impacted, let's say, your relationship with your family, your romantic relationships? How does that impact your relationships now as an adult?
So in my early 20s, I would say early 20s, 30s, and it kind of just dwindled after that. But in my early 20s and 30s, I believe was the hardest just to have any type of relationship. I was such a people pleaser because once again, I felt like I was a mistake, and I had such a bad experience in foster care. And me on the outside looking in, I'm seeing the world, everyone's loving each other, people are getting along, families are just, I don't know, the world just seemed so happy. And I wanted a part of that. And so I went through years and years of being a people pleaser, trying to receive love. I'm thinking, okay, well, I mean, I was a mistake, but let me see if I can, kind of make up for it. Let me see if I can earn my way, as far as being accepted into this world. So I went through a period of just not looking beautiful, not dressing nice, because I didn't want to offend anybody. I didn't want to be rejected. I didn't want to be left out. And so wherever I was, in what circle of people I was in, whether it be church, school, work, I kind of like scanned where I was and adjusted to how I felt that I would be accepted. If I got too much flack of, oh, who do you think you are? You think you cute, or you ain't all that? I don't know. I would just diminish myself. So I would just wear the ugliest clothes. I wouldn't wear makeup. And when it comes to romance, I wouldn't call myself this. I was so hungry and desperate for love because I didn't have a real father. So I went through a period where if a man told me that he loved me because I wanted that so much, because I hungered and craved for that so much, I believed him. Because who tells a person that they love you and don't mean it? I know when I told a person that I loved them, I meant it. So every guy that told me that they loved me, I was in the bed with them. Just to come to find out, I was being used. But it took me some years to kind of, do the math. And I know I just had a sense of a self-shame and so forth. So through my relationship with the Lord, and as I began to grow with him and find out my identity, and to really get to know myself, to really just cut all that out and really find out who I was, because at some point I was like, no matter what I said, no matter what I did, I couldn't please anybody. If I pleased one group, the other group would be mad at me. If I wasn't this to this man, one man didn't want me to wear tennis shoes. The other one, he wanted me to wear high heel shoes. The other one, oh, you wear wigs. The other one, I don't like, it was always something wrong. And so I came to a wall. And I said, you know what? No matter what I do, no one's ever satisfied with me. So let me really find out who I am. And I'm going to embrace who I am, who God has made me. And throughout my journeys, I got to my 40s now, I'm almost 60 now. I'm fine with who I am. I know who I am. I love myself. I embrace myself each and every day. And I'm just to the point now, you either love me or like me. And I'm good now.
That's one of the dangers that many women experience when it comes to the trauma that they face, either in foster care or in their home, growing up with parents, is that if they don't obtain the type of love that a child needs, the danger from a woman's perspective is that they will go outside the home to search for it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of predators out there. And these predators will tell some of these women, you're beautiful. I love you. Your parents didn't love you like that. I can love you better than your parents can. And because they haven't been trained, men or women now, to understand what that type of parental love is, they can be easily taken advantage of. And you see them struggle with their romantic relationships because then they're willing to do almost anything to continue to hear it, even though they may not feel it. So for you now, and for anyone listening, what are some of the ways that you overcame that behavior to now find the love that you always wanted inside of you versus finding it outside of you?
I would say the straw that broke the camel's back for me was a failed marriage. I was married for the second time, and there was so much struggle in trying to be who this person wanted me to be. And it got so bad that I ended up having a nervous breakdown. I mean, I was clinically depressed. I ended up on a psych ward with like all kinds of medication because I had hit a head. I wanted love from him so bad. And I mean, if he say jump, how high, look to the left, look to the right. And no matter what I did, it was never enough and I didn't even realize it, but I began slowly and slowly losing who I was until I lost myself. And it was such a scary time for me because I'm like, what? I didn't know what was going on. I just knew I was losing it. And so it was through through therapy and through medication. And my therapist sat down and told me, she said, if you want to get through this thing that you went through in your life, you're going to have to fight for your life. She said, you can make it out of this, but you're going to have to fight for your life, meaning you're going to have to do the therapeutic work. You're going to have to take the meds, and you're going to have to, not give up. Like, giving up is not an option if this is what you want. And I wanted it so bad. I fought each and every day. Was it easy? No. There were many days that I cried. I was clinically depressed. If, people would say, girl, just snap out of it. Just snap out of it. But when you're clinically depressed, you cannot just snap out of it. You just can't get up and just, get yourself together. But through years of therapy, I think it took about maybe a good 3 years for me to go to therapy and to sit down and to unravel everything that I had went through and how I had gotten to this point, and how I had lost my identity to get to my healing. And so today I can say I am healed from it.
And I'm glad that you're able to do that, because some people do. They continue to live a very productive life, and some people struggle. And you have made it this far, and you look good, you look healthy, you look happier now, right?
I am.
Was there ever a time, looking back now, where you're like, okay, that was the crossroads? Because I'm looking at it and I didn't know if I was going to make it, but that was my test. Was there ever a time in your experiences that you could identify that was the fork in the road for you?
Well, it was definitely a test for me. I didn't recognize it at the time, but I remember having a conversation with my son-in-law at the time when I was just really in a bad place mentally. And he told me, he said, this is a test, you're going to make it. God has something, in store for you to be attacked like this so bad. And when he said that to me at that particular time, I was like, what are you talking about? I don't even know if I'm going to make it to see tomorrow. I literally thought he was just trying to say something good to try to help me feel better. But that is stuck with me. And I'm like, well, as bad as I feel, if God has something for me, I'm going to see. I'm going to just put my heart, my mind, my soul into pursuing God and doing the work to see if there is something great for me. So the fork in my, I was like, I could sit here and die, because I really felt like it was so bad. I knew that I was going to die if I did not, choose the right fork in the road. And so I took a chance on God, and he brought me through. My whole life is so much better. Like, I have 2 grandchildren now. I got to see two grandchildren born. I got a chance to own my own business, helping creatives, in the arts. I'm a filmmaker now. I've traveled the world, as a performer. Thank you so much. And I'm like, oh my God, had I taken my life because there was a suicide attempt, because I was like, I'm out of here. I did attempt. There was an attempt on my life. And I'm so glad that I didn't go all the way through it, because look what I would have missed. And I'm like, God did all that for me. I know there's even more for me. So yeah, I took the right fork in the road.
You mentioned you have grandchildren, meaning that you have children of your own as well. When you look back on your childhood, how much work did you have to do on yourself to ensure that your own children didn't have the same experience or a similar experience that you did growing up?
So even growing up in foster care, because that was so traumatic for me, I did do therapy, even as a teenager and a young adult. But I had purpose in my mind, because I had experienced such horror that one thing was a no-brainer for me, and that was, if I ever had children, they would never, ever experience anything that I experienced. And I would do anything, first of all, to not even be separated from them or have them taken away from me. And that's one of the things that my parents, allowed to happen. They thought that me and my siblings going to a foster home would be a better fit for us, because they couldn't. I was on welfare with both of my children. I think they gave me it back then, it was like $400 a month. I gave $200 to my sister, who I was living with at the time. The other $200, I know it was God. I got some deodorant, some lotion, some oodles and noodles, some hot dogs, some bread, some grits, some oatmeal, foods, and so forth that spread those meals for me and my daughters. And we made it work. And so my children are better because I did not leave. So I know for me that God made a way for, $400 a month and a couple of, I think I got like maybe $100 worth of food stamps. So for me, I was determined not to allow that to happen. And God made a way. And my oldest daughter, she works for the government now. My youngest daughter is a teacher, and they're both thriving. And I'm grateful for that. I'm very grateful.
So one question I want to ask you, Gwen, and this is a question I've been asking a number of people. If I give you 3 wishes, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are 3 things you wish parents knew about the importance of being in and present in their children's lives?
It's important to be in their children's lives, because first of all, no one can replace them. You have been given the gift to give children, to give birth to them, the opportunity to nurture them and to raise them, and it's nobody else's responsibility. So parents, it's a blessing. It is a privilege to raise a child and to nurture them and to grow them up, in the world. So I would desire that parents would not be so quick to push them off to a relative, or to push them off in foster care. Let that not be your first go-to. And you're stronger than you think. I just believe if God didn't want you to have children, or if he didn't think that you were able to have them, he wouldn't allow you to have them. And, I also desire, and let's keep it 100, some parents, I don't know, some said, well, it was a mistake. I'm not a mother. I can't be that. There's always options. You can give them up for adoption. There are other avenues and other options that you can have, opposed to in some instances where children are abused because they don't feel like, they want them or they hate them or they're inconvenienced in their life, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. And I appreciate that because sometimes, and we've talked about this throughout the course of the summit today and yesterday, the importance and of boundaries and being present in your child's life. And that seems to be the connecting theme, is that if you're going to decide to have children, be there for them, set the proper boundaries, because it not only protects yourself as a parent, it protects the children, but ultimately protects the family. And before I let you go, Gwen, let us know where they can find you and, of course, what's next.
Okay. Oh, yes. You can find me on social media, Instagram, Blossom_artists with the S at the end. Facebook is Blossom Artists with the S at the end. LinkedIn, Gwendolyn McDowell. And I also have a website, blossomartists.com. And so next for me, I'm still going to be doing film, and my next project would be a documentary, which I'm looking very forward to it. And it's going to be a documentary on the foster care system.
Perfect. So thank you so much. As we look forward to that documentary, I know it's going to be very, very interesting given your experience and everything. And I appreciate, Gwen, you joining us today. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure. Looking forward to our next conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. So what I'm going to do now is there is a clip I want to play from another one of our panelists who shares with us today nurturing of children. And I think this is a perfect segue given the experiences that Gwen has just shared, because remember, we want to make sure that we show up for our children, as well as set boundaries, not only protect ourselves, our family, but ultimately them. So what I'm going to do now is I will share this, and here we go. What do you want us to know about nurturing children, and why?
Yeah, thank you. I did a presentation a couple years ago to a mothers of young kids group, and I called it "Everything I Wish a Therapist Had Told Me When I First Became a Mother." So this is kind of akin to that. I am a therapist, so this is what younger Bronwyn needed to hear 21 years ago, but any time in the last 21 years would have been great. So I think what we really need to all remember is that what children need most from us as their parent is not food and clothing, it's love. And love isn't a sentiment we feel. Kids don't even know what we feel. They don't care. What matters to them is active love, where they feel love. Because there's lots of parents who are like, oh man, I really love my kid, but that kid doesn't feel loved. And I think, you and I, and maybe every single person listening might relate to that, as we were once children. So what we need to do is actively love our children through nurture. And that is what we call in the therapy world attunement, which really comes down to listening at every age, every stage. And listening means when it's a newborn baby, listening to their cry, and it means responding, and listening to the point where we actually are able to start to distinguish a cry for food from a cry for needing to be put down for a nap, because those are actually different cries. And that takes time. That takes us being patient with ourselves and our child, knowing that Rome was not built in a day, and knowing that this child is a different child than maybe a previous child we've had, and really listening to that child. And it also means responding to that child. And once we start to do that, again, that's not easy. It's not easy. It's way easier to hear one cry and then every cry just pop a bottle in that child's mouth. So much easier initially. But over time, it's so much easier to make that upfront investment and learn to listen to the child, because the child isn't always wanting a bottle, even though it might always quiet them. The child needs to be hugged and held at times. The child needs sleep at times. The child does need food at times. And so what we're doing when we really prioritize that child's cry or voice or need in that moment and respond, and we're not going to do it perfectly by any means, but as we learn how to do that better and better, we're attuning to that child, and that child is learning that they matter. Because when their feelings are heated and when their needs are met consistently, good enough, what we call a good enough parent, they learn, I matter. My feelings matter. My needs matter. I matter. And there's no shortcut to that, because you can tell a child later in life that they matter, and it means nothing. We need to listen for them to really know that they matter and respond. So that is attunement, and that looks like that for a baby. For an older child, it looks like listening. It looks like really listening. And, let's say little Johnny is angry. We still listen and we say, you know what, Johnny, I hear you. And I don't blame you for being angry with me right now. It's hard to walk away from the playground. I don't blame you. You are totally fine to be angry with me. But you can't kick and scream. You need to use your words and say, Mommy, I don't like that. Or you can even say, Mommy, I don't like you right now. So we can have boundaries with that child, but we can still listen and attune by validating their feelings. Even when those feelings don't feel good on our end, it's our job to stay the adult and let them be the child and give them parameters for their anger. So that's attunement for like an older child. For, let's say a 10-year-old, it's just listening and really listening and asking good questions and saying, Terrain, it sounds like you're upset today. It sounds like what your teacher did kind of might have made you feel humiliated. Is that right? And it's like really listening to their feelings, imagining what they're feeling in that moment. So maybe Terrain didn't say the word humiliated, but I did, because I'm putting myself in Terrain's, I'm imagining I'm Terrain after what he just told me happened with the teacher. And that's empathy. That's what empathy is. It's imagining. It's an act of the imagination. It's imagining I'm my son and what he just experienced in the classroom today, and then naming it. And that makes little Terrain feel like he matters. And when we attune to a child over time consistently, they learn that they matter. They learn that they are loved actively, and they become very powerful people in the best way possible, because they have the ego strength later in life to walk away from the abusive boss, to end the abusive romantic relationship. They have that kind of ego strength. They are powerful in a good way because they learned all throughout their childhood that they matter. Now, do we also need to let our children know that we matter? Yes. So if Johnny is having a tantrum and he's kicking and screaming, I can say, you know what, Johnny, that hurts and it's making me angry. And so when I say that, when I give him that honest feedback, I'm letting him know that he matters and I matter. We both matter. And that is so important for children to learn. But that's basically the bottom line of nurture. Active love is listening. And you know what kids don't need from us is advice. Oh my God, they do not need advice. What they need is us to listen and then say something like, let's say it's 10-year-old Terrain, when you felt humiliated, what did you need in that moment? And 10-year-old Terrain is going to surprise you with going, you know what? I think I needed just to say, I need a timeout, or whatever. But, what kids need is for us to listen and then trust them to figure it out and create an environment, a safe environment between us right now in this conversation where I'm listening and helping him figure it out on his own. And then I could say, you know what, that sounds like a great idea. Or I could say, you know, what about this in addition to that? And maybe Train's going to go, yeah, you know what, I could use that too. So to collaborate, to trust our kids, to show them that they matter, that we trust them. And when we show that to them, when we display that in our relationship, they internalize that and they trust themselves. They learn to trust themselves. And so what does not benefit them is saying, you know, when I was your age, Terrain, you know what I did when I was 10, you know what the teacher did to me. No, this is not about us. It is not about us. What we need is to be that sounding board for them, to validate, to name those feelings that they're having, and to help them figure it out. And they become powerful and very intelligent people.
You use the word attunement, and what do you think then are some of the obstacles parents face when it comes to being attuned with their child, the nurturing, and making sure they're not saying, well, back in my day, it was this way?
Yeah, I think the underlying paradigm is, you know, if you go back to like the shame and honor culture, which we all came from, you know, originally, is that the oldest person knows more and they have all this wisdom. And they're, you know, my daughter actually taught me this, ironically, she's 21, that in education system, there's what's called the banking method, where the teacher knows everything and they're the expert and the child's like some blank slate. And so they just like bank the knowledge, they just impart it. And kids don't learn that way. No one learns that way. None of us learn that way. It's far from ideal. So if we can see them as like, they're not a blank slate and we don't have all the knowledge and wisdom, and we can collaborate. We can, you know, really help them figure it out in real time, and get away from that shame and honor paradigm, which says, I have so much to offer you and you have nothing, but see them as so much more than a blank slate, as little mini humans that need a place to talk things through and process and to feel and know that they matter to the adult.
Growing up, I remember hearing that your parents knew everything, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. And it came across as difficult for some parents to maybe show vulnerability in their parenting style, or worse yet, to realize that maybe they don't know everything.
Yeah.
Do you find it what are your thoughts on the difficulty that maybe parents face in being honest with themselves, that maybe they don't have all the answers and it's okay to reach out and find the answers?
You know, I kind of see the opportunity to become a parent as a wonderful opportunity for us as parents to finally grow up. And I'm going to just reference my own experience. You know, we come to it going, oh, I get to be an expert. I get to be the boss. I get to like whatever. And then we go, I don't know what I'm doing. And to have and develop that humility and to be a learner and to not just learn from experts, but to learn from our child. That's the ultimate humility. And to get to know each child on its own terms. You know, this Johnny gets angry at this, but Susie gets angry at this, you know, and just be a learner and then learn about ourselves. And that is the most beautiful journey I have ever been on. I only have one child, but I am so glad I did, because she gave me an opportunity to become humble, to own my own baggage, to apologize to her, which I did, and I still do at times, and to learn from her. She's not the expert. I'm not the expert. We learn together. And maybe I have more lived experience, but man, she's got a sharp little brain, and we can do this together. So I think it's a great opportunity to learn to be a real grown-up, which is someone who has humility and is always learning.
For the parents out there who are, let's say, seasoned parents, current parents, or even parents in waiting, how much of an impact does their own childhood have on the way that they would then parent their children?
Yeah, so it has a huge impact. And I like to say that we are kind of doomed to repeat uh, what our parents did with us unless we have a wake up and are able to really open our eyes and take them off the God throne, really, to kind of take them off the divine pedestal and see them as humans, who were just frail humans and feel angry at how they failed us. And when I say that, all parents are human as far as I know. And so they all fail us, all of them, the best parents. And for us to get angry at that, we don't need to tell the parent we're angry. The parent doesn't need to be alive for us to do this, but we can feel the anger. And that anger helps kind of create a distance, a detachment, a healthy detachment in our mind, in our heart, where we cannot repeat the same thing they did with us. It empowers us actually.
I'm going to age myself, Bronwyn, for a minute here. In my early 20s, I wanted to get married and have children so badly. Like this fantasy was becoming a reality because I wanted it so badly. But the source of it was because I didn't have a healthy family growing up. So I said, if I didn't have one as a child, I'm going to create one myself. The
Yeah.
problem, what happened with that is that I would search for whomever. Bronwyn, you want to start a family? Okay, let's start a family, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't healthy vetting. And thank God that I didn't go through with that and I didn't have a family that I didn't prepare myself enough for it. I was just doing it to make up for something that I felt that I lost. But I share that because I look back on so many people who feel imprisoned by the childhood that they've experienced, and they don't realize that they're bringing that trauma, that struggle, many things that they didn't like about their own childhood into their own parenting experience, right? Why do you think so many people have a blind spot to their parents who you said that is in like this glass box that they're unable to take them out of and see them for people, but they still struggle in their own experiences?
Yeah, so we are all blind to ourselves first and foremost, and we have a blind spot for our parents. And that's because, we haven't. So when I said, becoming a parent it gives us a great opportunity to become a grown-up. The difference between a child and a grown-up is the grown-up child can have objectivity about their own parents, but that's work. That doesn't just happen one day. You don't just wake up and go, oh my God, my parents were just figuring it out too, whatever. So, and becoming a parent can help us kind of do that. Like, oh, wow, I remember when I was a kid. Oh, and so if we're willing, it takes a willingness. It's just a willingness. It's just a choice to go, I want to take my parents off the God pedestal and have that healthy objectivity with them. And I know I'm going to feel a lot of anger. I might even feel hatred, and that's okay. Because if we're honest, we feel both love and hate towards everyone in our lives who's close to us. It's always a love-hate relationship if we're honest with ourselves. So if we can have that, objectivity and become the grown-up in how we view our parent, that's going to actually grow us up. That does more than just give us a new way of seeing. It's going to help us to see ourselves and come out of that denial and then start to see those things in ourselves and move away from them. And that takes that anger, because anger, again, I could tell a client to have a boundary and they might carry it out for a week or two. But when they start to feel the anger at the person they need the boundary with, I don't need to tell them to have a boundary. They're going to have a boundary. So that's what anger does. It really helps kind of create order in our lives by separating right from wrong in real time, but also just mentally to kind of create order in our minds and really see things. It gets rid of that chaos and it gives us clarity.
Welcome back, everyone. So, thank you for that beautiful, beautiful message from Bronwyn. And I think that's a very, very positive way to put it because we all have struggled and we all have struggles. And that brings me to our next guest, someone that I've known for quite some time, someone that is going to speak to us about grief and being a father of grief. And he has gone through so much on his journey. Tony, are you there, sir?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm here, my brother.
Thank you for joining me today. I really, really do appreciate it. So, you bring a wealth of information, a wealth of experiences. Do me a favor because the floor, the microphone, and the door, of course, is yours. Introduce yourself and share your topic, please, Tony.
Yes, my name is Tony Lynch. I am a nonprofit founder. I am a men's grief coach and also an author, podcast host, chief and editor in magazine. And the topic I'm talking about today is that of a grieving father.
Perfect. So, let's start right from the beginning. How did you start your grief journey and why?
I started my grief journey after my last attempt of taking my life. And the reason why I started this journey was a series of events, but I'll get to the aha moment. I wanted to honestly surround myself with men who had gone through something similar. Because after the losses I had endured, I didn't know how to navigate it. I'm talking about loss of multitude of friends, loved ones, father, mother, sibling, as well as my son. And as a man, I didn't know how to process this. I honestly, I didn't know the emotional turmoil that I would go through. And I knew that I wanted to learn, and that's honestly the reason why I wanted to be in a space with other men so I can learn how to navigate this because it was difficult, and when you're not taught how to process emotions, it can be a very foreign place for us.
Was that difficult for you to want to be around men who were expressing themselves emotionally this way when so many men are conditioned not to?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be difficult, but I was willing to do it because after my last attempt, I knew that if I didn't, my next attempt was going to be my last attempt, you know? And like I said, it was being in the situation I was in. I was homeless. I had just lost everything yet again. And I didn't know what else to do. I didn't even know if it was going to work or not, right? It was just one of those things. I was like, after seeing that there was no support out there, I said, you know what? What if there was a space for us? I think I can do it, And I just stuck with it, man. I was like, this I'm gonna start a nonprofit. I remember the conversation I had with a buddy. I had just got back from South Dakota, and well, actually, I just got back from Utah, uh, and this is the day after. And I was sitting up there telling them, so for some odd reason, this was going through my head. And I was telling him, man, I'm going to start this nonprofit. I'm going to start this nonprofit. And he was like, really, man? And he goes, what are you going to do? I said, man, I think I just want to create a space for men like myself. Um, and it was just one of those things, man. I did not know if it was going to work or not, but I knew I was willing to try.
Sometimes when I look back at what people go through when it comes to the grieving process, because I'm fairly new to it just over the last couple of years, I remember the very first time and the very second time, two totally different experiences.
Mhm.
The reason being is because I knew more the second time around, but more importantly, I knew better. Would you agree with that statement?
I would say for some people, all of mine's hit me directly back to back. So I didn't have time to process it, right? And what I mean is that the first time it hit me, I was in the gangs. And in the gangs, emotions will get you killed. So you don't really embrace those emotions except for the anger part. And I didn't really understand it. I just knew I was angry. It was just one of those things. The first major one hit me was my grandmother. She was my best friend. And again, I was in the gang, so I didn't really process it. Um, I just knew how to be violent, right? And I didn't understand that was a way of expressing grief. The next major ones, my grandfather, my aunt, some cousins, some more friends, and I just kept moving. I just kept moving. I knew isolation and anger was my friend. So I figured that I would stay in the shadows, not letting people get close to me because I didn't want people to see the damaged person that I was. And so it made it real easy for me not to get close to anyone because I figured, you know what? You're either going to do one or two things to me. You're either going to try to hurt me or you're just going to leave me. So I didn't see the purpose in it. Then after that was my father. Um, and then my younger brother shortly after that. Some years after that was my son. Then 2 years after that was my mother. So I didn't get a chance to process it until that very moment when I was like, I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting. First off, I'm tired of fighting the world, but I'm tired of fighting life. You win. If this is what you want from me, you have it. And I was willing to give up just because I didn't see any other way out. So I wouldn't say that from the first time that it was easy compared to the second one, because to me it was just all one consistent thing. It wasn't until later, during this process of grieving and healing, that I can honestly say now is the easy part. It's the healing, it's the understanding and the growth that comes along with it. And so now that I'm able to process it, I'm able to say, thank you, right? And just sit there with it and just go, whatever you require of me, I'm willing to surrender and be obedient to the process of becoming who I am, right? And as a man, it takes a lot to admit that you don't know everything, that you are hurt. So standing here in this moment with you, my brother, is a huge blessing, right? To be able to say that I didn't have all the answers. And I'm still a student of this thing and I'm still growing. So I'm still processing the information and the wisdom that comes along with it, the people, the amazing people that I meet along the way, right? It helps me to sit in the moment and be thankful with gratitude and appreciation.
What do you think are some of the obstacles that men face when coming to terms that they don't know all the answers and it may be okay to ask others for those answers or even direction?
One of the obstacles is your emotions. When you've been conditioned to suppress them for so long, when those emotions come up, you don't know what they are. So we have a way of speaking. So that's the first thing, learning how to articulate those emotions, being honest with yourself, saying that, hey, this anger is me needing help. Second one is ego, right? Ego will destroy everything because you will talk yourself out of asking for help. Pride is a big one, is a huge one because you will say, I would rather suffer than to be a burden. And honestly, you don't know how people may perceive that, right? Society teaches us that people aren't safe, that you're just going to take what I've gone through and you're going to try to hurt me. So instead of me asking, I'm just gonna deal with this. I'll figure it out. I know we've all said, I'll figure it out. No matter what, I'll figure it out. What happens when you don't figure it out? men suffer at an alarming rate. This is why the rate of suicides are through the roof. The rate of addiction and the rate of homelessness is through the roof because of pride, ego, and not understanding our emotions. It takes a village, but you have to be surrounded by the right men that will care for you, that will speak life into you and over you. But most importantly, you have to learn how to submit and be obedient to the process so you can start the healing. And then from there, you got to grow, not fight against it. You have to grow with it in order to become the best version of yourself during this time.
Is that then, actually, maybe rephrase this, because I'm looking at some of the men that I work with, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this. Pride and ego, two things that impact, I'm going to speak about men now, so much in their life. And a lot of it is because I'm proud, I'm strong, I'm proud, I can do anything. Now, from what you're sharing is when we've lost a child, a brother, a sister, a mother, a father, when there is someone missing in our family, and we want to be vulnerable, that could be looked at as a weakness. When we want to open up, that can be seen as a shortcoming. What do you think then we need to do collectively to change the perspective of being vulnerable?
First off, you have to be surrounded by men that tell you that it's okay. See, most men will gravitate to other men, right? Because they're looking for someone to give them answers. The best thing that you can do is be surrounded by other men that have gone through something similar to show you that it's okay to be vulnerable, right? And then from there, it's building trust. So, you know what I'm saying? Once you see these men being vulnerable and you seeing people not taking advantage of them, you start to look at it and go, man, they're sharing with each other, right? Maybe this is a safe space, but you're still going to tiptoe around it. You're still going to tiptoe, you know what I'm saying, and try to see who's who, right? Because male ego is, you know what I'm saying, I'm in a room full of men. This is a competition. Once you eliminate that, you go, oh, these men are just like me. Can I trust them? Then once you can establish that, now you have to trust yourself. And that is the hardest part, because you have to build that trust with yourself to say, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be truly honest and open with these individuals. So I'm trusting myself to trust them, right? And then from there, it's the little steps that you take. The vulnerability comes with being in that situation with them, right? So you have to take time. You have to have grace for yourself, because as you begin to develop your story, as you tell it, there's things that are going to come up. And the question is that, are you prepared for it? Because you have the support, but are you prepared for the unresolved traumas that you're going to experience? Are you prepared for the growth, the sacrifices, and the surrendering? Because as a man, it's hard to surrender to anything. It's hard to be obedient to anything, especially a process that you're unfamiliar with. Are you willing to be coached? Can you listen? Right? Can you listen, really, really listen, and take that and go, I can use this. And then can you rebuild the relationship in life and all the things that it's going to throw at you? Now, once you can understand that, can you rebuild the relationship with yourself and your family? Because that's going to be important. Now, can you be honest with your friends, the ones who aren't inside of there, that call you once in a while and say, hey, brother, how you doing today? Can you be honest with yourself and tell them, I'm not okay? Are you willing to cry? right? Are you willing to really feel it in your heart and sit down with them and go, I messed up. I really can use somebody right now. And let that emotion come out, cry, and not feel as if you're going to get attacked. That is hard. That is a real hard thing to do.
When I went through my grief process the second time around, the time where I said I knew better, one of the reasons why I said I knew better is because I knew myself better. I knew the pain, I knew what I needed, and I knew how to communicate it. But the difference between the way I was communicating was I made sure that I was taking care of me. My cup was empty. I needed those to fill it up for me versus the first time around. And I think you and I talked about this. I was still trying to save half the world.
Yeah.
As my world was falling apart. Why do you think so many people who are going through the grieving process still think they have to do for everyone else first before they do for themselves?
It's the relationship that you have with people. See, when you're considered the strong one, people expect you to be strong, right? And so what we end up doing is that since we feel as if we have to live up to expectation, we want to cater to them, right? Neglecting ourselves because we often feel, well, they're more important to me. I don't want these people to feel like I'm leaving them out. So let me push this to the side to make sure that you're okay. Although it is your loss. It is your loss. And see, like you said something, now I want to touch on that a little bit because you said that you knew yourself the second time around. Now, the thing is that how many people know themselves? How many people genuinely take the time to learn themselves, right? And say, this time I got to take care of me. As a provider, those things never come up. We're taught to provide for other people, to protect the people that we love. So this is a whole scenario that we have in our head already. So when we're experiencing it, we push that off to the side. Let me take care of the kids. Let me take care of my friends. Let me take care of my coworkers. Let me take care of my significant other, right? I don't matter. The one thing that men would learn throughout the process or is embedded in us, no one cares about what you're going through. No one cares. You're going to have to get up and you're going to have to push. You don't matter. The only things that are valued in life are women, children, and animals. You're just a small fraction of that, and it's your job to make sure that they're okay. Forget what you're going through. Suffer through it. Man up and keep it pushing. Right? Figure it out. Figure it out. Don't be weak. Right? If life hits you, learn how to fight back. Don't worry about everything. It's your job to make sure that they're safe and loved and protected and provided for. That's what you're taught. So when it comes down to it, they matter more than you. Most men will never receive flowers until the day that they die. And that's a sad epidemic because most people still fall under that. So when we lose a child, why ask this question. When a couple loses a child, why is it that everybody gravitates to the woman? No one's worried about what the man is going through. No one. He's over there suffering too. When we lose a sibling, everybody gravitates to the women. We lose parents, everybody gravitates to the women. That man is sitting there with his life that then fell apart and no one cares. And whenever we get around other people and they say, you can come, I want you to be able to talk to me. And as soon as we get 3 words in, I'm feeling this way, right? You no longer want to hear what I have to say. You just tricked me into coming into this space so I can be there with you. So we learn to keep our mouth shut, right? And we hurt. We damage ourselves. Why? Because now that we know that we can't trust you, well, I want to numb this pain. So that's when the drugs and alcohol come in. That's where the self-destructive nature of men was set in. And then eventually we get tired of that and we go, it doesn't really matter if I'm here or not. No one cares. Who's going to miss me? We're not thinking about the other people that are around that genuinely care, but we have to change that dynamic. We do. We have to change it. If not, there's just gonna be a whole lot of things that's not gonna be good. So if you're gonna hold space for us, genuinely hold that space for us.
The bottle, the capsule, the pill capsule, or the bullet doesn't talk back.
Exactly.
There isn't any shame.
Yeah.
Right there, it won't take advantage of you. It's doing exactly what you want others to do, and that's to give you time. Granted,
Yes.
right, it's going to lead you down a path that you maybe don't necessarily want to go down. But when you have to look at it as, I'm going to these people, they're not giving me what I need for whatever the reason.
Mm-hmm.
But this alcohol, this beer bottle here, when I look at it, it just listens to me. When I ask for it, it just appears. It's giving you everything that you need inside of that bottle. And when you want to just forget about what you're going through, 2 or 3 of them, you will forget about what you're going through. How can then we communicate to those that we're reaching out to for support to be there in the way that we need them to be and not necessarily be there in the way that they want to be there?
You have to be honest, right? So here's where you have to practice discernment. Analyze the relationship that you have with that individual first. Is it one of those relationships where you can be vulnerable in? If not, don't waste your time, right? Because human nature is what it is. You can't change that. The second part is that you have to take some baby steps. And again, it goes back to what I said before. You have to learn how to articulate. You have to begin, instead of standing up in a more aggressive way, put your foot down and say, no, I need you now. Just like you needed me, I need you. And if you cannot give that to me, then move out of the way so I can go find somebody that will hold that space with me. Find yourself support. Find that support, right? Because look, we live in a digital age. There's support for everybody now out there. Find what works for you, and the things that don't work for you, move it off to the side. You get to choose that. You get to choose that, right? You don't have to be stuck in one support group. Go bounce around, experiment. Once you find what you need, surround yourself with people. Now, here's one thing that people never talk about. Surround yourself with someone who can speak to your love language while you're hurting, right? Because once you find somebody who can speak to that love language and you can speak to theirs, it's more of a give and give. I'm going to fill your cup, you fill mine, right? No one's taking away from anything. You don't have to worry about being empty. I would say, don't do what I did. I found everything in my solitude because everybody had already left. So I was put in a position or a situation to where I didn't have anybody. There was no support out there. So I had to navigate this world alone. The people that was around me, they all left. Girlfriends, my girlfriend at the time, all gone. And so here I am having to navigate this. And I'm glad that I did, right? Because it became something more to me than just a thought. It became action, right? I was no longer a practitioner. I became a theorist. well, I was no longer a theorist. I became a practitioner. I began to implement those things that I was learning. So when I say that the gift was given to me, it was already inside of me. I just didn't understand it. So when it began to crack itself outside of me, I wanted so bad to put it back in there. But then I was like, no, let me just see what this is. And I became curious about it. And I knew right then and there, I wanted to learn everything about it that I could possibly get from it, right? And it's steadily growing. I'm becoming one with it as it's becoming one with me, right? And it became my mentor. And I fell in love with it. For the first time in my life, I knew unconditional love. And it didn't come from a person, it came from the gift. So backing up, surround yourself with people that actually get it. Have conversations with them. Those would be the steps that you would take. Don't take my steps. Don't. What worked for me may not work for you.
So, Tony, as we look to close, I'm going to ask you this question, but I'm going to give you 3 wishes for it, okay?
Mhm.
What are 3 things you wish people knew about grieving out loud instead of keeping everything inward, and why?
People don't want to assume how to take care of you. We often, during the grieving process, want people to be mind readers. Open up. Learn to use your voice. This eliminates a lot of guesswork. Say, for instance, if I was in a bad place and I was talking to Terrain, you don't want to guess what's going on with me. And I don't want you to guess neither, because we will guess wrongly. But if I articulate it to you, you could then look at me and go, okay, that's one thing I wish people knew that they would implement.
And I will add that for the second wish is that I wish people would know that they will feel better expressing it and not keeping everything inward, because when you keep it inward, it's like you're hiding it. And when you're hiding it, then you go to grieve in, as you mentioned, in solitude, right? And when you're alone with your own thoughts and all that difficulty, you don't know the type of person you're going to become. So thank you, Tony, for sharing that. Now, before I let you go, where can everyone find you and what is next?
Yes, that's a huge question right there. People can find me on Facebook as Tony Lynch, or Men's Grief Support, the Global Grief Network, Grief Let's Talk About It podcast. Those are all my Facebook pages. You can find me on Instagram as Men's Grief Support. You can find me on LinkedIn as Tony Lynch. You can follow my YouTube channel, which is Grief Let's Talk About It podcast. And what's next is everything, man. I got the magazine coming out. I got a graphic novel coming out, a new app, children's animations. So the sky's the limit, and you just never know what Tony has up his sleeve, man. I'm surprised when I do it, okay? So, if you follow me, they just stay up to date on everything that I do.
Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us today. It's always a pleasure, and we've been in contact, so I can't wait to link up with you again, and we'll continue forward, my friend.
Of course, man. And thank you for having me as part of this beautiful summit that you got going on. And for everybody out there, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, Tony.
You as well.
Bye. Thank you, everyone. Big shout out to everyone who has attended the summit so far and everyone who has joined to share something, because now I'm going to bring up my next guest, someone who is, I'm going to cheer on a little bit. Pearl. Welcome, Pearl. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks so much. I love Tony. So I love that I'm going to go after Tony as well. So he's amazing.
Absolutely. We're ending it in style with the both of you. So it's good news. So
I love it.
I know that you're going to speak to us about divorcing people pleasing, and people pleasing. Whew, that's something so many people struggle with. So The door, the floor, the microphone is all yours. Introduce yourself, Pearl, and your topic, please.
Thanks so much for having me train. So my name is Pearl Sharenza. I am a Say Yes to Your Life coach, author, speaker, and retreat facilitator. I have been doing this for well over 10 years, but I didn't realize how much of a people pleaser I was until about 10 years ago. So I was in my 50s. So my boys were flown and almost grown, and my oldest was a senior in high school, and I realized how much I said yes to everybody else. I wore all my titles. I woke up in the middle of the night of worries, and I had to make a change. And so that's what I decided to do, was make that change.
So take us right from the beginning. What are some of the changes that you had to make to stop people pleasing?
Yeah, so I had to figure out where I was showing up. So I was going from a health coach to a life coach. And so in doing so, I decided to take this identity and destiny course. And at the end of 6 weeks, we had to give our I am statement. But I was still saying I was mom, wife, all my titles, everything about who I was. And growing up, Trent, I hated my name growing up. My maiden name was Knapp. I was short. So I was called Pearl Harbor, Pearl Go Take a Nap, Mini Pearl, everything you could think of. And I was like, I would come home crying, can I change my name? So this identity and destiny course, I thought this will be great. Maybe I could figure this stuff out. At the end of 6 weeks, after saying I was still claiming my I am statement as still all these titles, my friend in the course that I met, she's like, "Who the heck are you? Like, where the heck are you at? Like, where have you been for 6 weeks?" And I was like God hit me in the face and said, somebody had to say it to you. And so I decided, I was like, who am I? What do I want? And I realized I showed up so much because we tried for 10 years to have kids. We adopted our older son, Matthew, and he was an amazing young man who unfortunately lost 3 years ago this July in a tragic car accident. And then we were blessed to have our son, Nate, through helps of in vitro. So for those 10 years, we struggled so hard. I went in with the generational guilt of I'm a mom. I'm supposed to do all the things that my grandmother and my mother did, and not understanding how to balance what I want to do. And so I walked out of that course and I was like, I got to figure this stuff out. And so I went, dropped my son off to college about 2 months later. My younger son, I was doing this reconnection with because he was like me. He's somewhat introverted, but he's very independent in everything he does. The kid could build 3 computers in 1 year. It was just amazing. And so I decided then I had to figure out who I was. And so I realized you would have asked me to organize your sock drawer. And I would have said, okay, I'd help you before I'd help me. And so I decided I had to start saying no. And one day I was walking into this network meeting and I saw this rock on the ground and I just picked it up, popped it in my pocket. Nothing special about it, but it just caught my eye. And I went in this meeting. At the end, somebody was like, "Hey, Pearl, we're having this event. It had to do with a fundraiser for animals." I'm like, my hand went across that pocket and I said, "Oh, I can't do that." Like literally it came out that fast. I can't do that. And they just looked at me and then I thought, I love my animals. I said to them, but I don't want to fundraise for animals. So I walked out of there and I thought, I didn't die. I'm still breathing. They still like me. So the saying no thing, I think I can do. So I made a commitment with this rock that 3 times a day I was going to say no to something, someone, or an event. And so if I hadn't, by the time I came home and went to go to bed or closed up my business and went downstairs, I had to call, text, or email somebody and tell them no. As I was doing that, I've started on this journey that this is pre-COVID, of course, that I was like, wow, this isn't so bad. I can say no like I'm saying yes. No is a complete sentence. We don't think because our mind tells us that, oh, if you say no, they're not going to like me. Oh, they're going to think I don't care. You can say no like you want a stupid $1 million. I love to $1 million, but like you want $1 million, right? So I just started doing it and I found I was becoming stronger and saying no, and it didn't hurt. People still liked me. And then I realized that people who didn't want to be around me because I was saying no shouldn't be around me. So I, had my balcony people became smaller and who I really wanted to be aligned with. And as I did that, I found I was happier. Trent, I wasn't waking up in the middle of the night like worrying. I wasn't waking up going, I forgot to do this, didn't get the cupcakes for that. And so as I became happier, I started becoming empowered. I always wanted to write books and I wanted to grow my coaching business. And so I started doing that. And I started these retreats. This year, we have our 9th retreat coming up. And I realized as I was becoming empowered, I was researching and I saw many women, and I love what Tony said too, because men also, so if men are listening, you can follow along with this theory, but many women, we carry the guilt because that's how we were raised. We were raised that you're supposed to do everything, you're supposed to take care of everybody, and then you come last. But no, you can't do that. So as I became more empowered, I became like walking in rooms and being like, this glow up, I call it. People are like, bro, what's different? Like, did you cut your hair? Did you lose weight? No, I just had this radiant glow about me because I was happier from the inside out. And then the really cool thing that happened is growing up, I wanted to be an elementary school teacher. I didn't have, my parents had no clue how to get me to college. I didn't have great guidance counselors for that. So I wanted this to be this teacher. Well, I found I was walking in that original want, but I was doing it with women, adult women who I probably would have taught in their elementary years. But I was doing this with adult women and coaching them about how we have to do this. We have to put ourselves first. We have to become this Shiro. And that's why I said this applies to men too. Men, Shiro for me isn't just a female thing. It's becoming stronger, happier, radiant, empowered, that whole original self. And so as I was starting to do that, I was showing up more from not just myself, but I was more present in the things I want to do and the people I want to be with, especially my family. And it really hit home when we lost our son 2 years ago, because 2 days before he passed, he was in the garage. Him and my husband own a business together. And he's like, Mom, can you throw me a bottle of water? And I chucked that bottle of water across. And he's like, man, Mom, none of you figured out your blank stuff, but he says, you can finally throw something, because he was a football player at high school and I could never throw a ball. And he's like, I'm so proud of that. And 2 days later, we lost him. So I know that it's important, and I want women to know this, that our young that we're raising, they have to see us do these things. They have to see us put ourselves first. Because I can say, because I started doing that, my son's up in the glory of heaven, going down and being, she figured this out. I don't have to worry about her, because I continue to live my life that way. And I show up for my son, my younger son. He just got married in October. I'm having my 9th retreat this year, which is leading, and it's our biggest one ever. We have 25 women coming, and they're coming because they want to know, how do I put myself first so that I can show up the way I want to? And that's why you have to divorce this people pleasing. That's why you have to learn that no is that complete sentence. Because if you don't, you're going to get the energy just sucked out of you.
When it comes to people pleasing, then, and you shared the impact it had on your family, it seems that it is easier, on the surface anyways, for some people to stay in that type of situation where they're always people pleasing. And you raise a good point when it comes to women, that maybe sometimes they get lost in their title, right? I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm this, I'm that. Why do you think then so many women struggle to separate themselves from their title as it pertains to their family?
I think it's because they're afraid that they're not going to show up the way they want to. I think the other part of it is we don't know how to communicate our needs, because we've grown up being told. I mean, I'm 60 years young. My mom took care of everything when my dad was off of the Vietnam War. My granny took care of everything, right? So, that's 2-3 generations back. Now, going forward, I'm hoping that that's changing, and that's what I want to empower women to do. But I think that's part of it. We don't know how to communicate our realistic expectations that we need for ourselves. And one of the things that I love when I work, especially when I work with women who still have kids at home, and I don't care how old they are, they can be in college, they can be, whatever grade they are, if they're still living at home, period. I love to help them understand that you're not a stay-at-home mom. I hate that title, because I don't sit at home and eat bonbons when I was a stay-at-home mom. I was doing laundry. I was doing the things. Your house is a business. It's your brick and mortar business, and you're running that business. And guess what? The people that live in that house, yeah, they call you mom, and they call you wife, or they call you partner, whatever that is. But they have a role to play in that home. So my sister-in-law showed me this. I mean, my kids, like I said, were in high school, and I figured this stuff out. But I went to go visit my brother and my sister-in-law with my nephew, and she's like, hey, come on upstairs. Sean's going to put his clothes away. I'm like, what? He's like 4 years old. She goes, he's not going to do it perfectly, but he's going to learn. And I can tell you today, like, I go visit him. He's in 4th grade now. He's like making dinner for us. It's like, it's so cool. They're part of that household chore. So when I decided to do this journey, I literally came home to said to my high school son and my both my kids were in high school at the time and my husband, I'm like, listen, unless the house is burning down, I'm gonna go hang out in the room and I'm gonna go do something. I might be in the tub, I might be reading a book, I might be sitting in the front porch swing. Unless the house is burning down, don't call me because your dad can take you to the hospital. He'll get a hold of me and I'll meet you there. But I need my time. And like I said, fast forward, my son saw me doing that. And that's what I want to empower my boys to do the same thing, not just for their wives, but I want them to do the same thing for themselves. Because, Tony touched on too, like with grief, men don't know, they feel like they can't show their emotions. Not that they don't know. I think they don't understand how to show their emotions. And he touched on something that was so powerful with that. Because when we lost our son, my husband was picking up the work that my son would do. And he came home one day and I was like, how was your day? And his response was life. Just that word, life. And I sat there for a second. I had my wife hat on and I put my coach hat on. I'm like, life. I looked at him and I go, you're missing Matt today, aren't you? And he's like, yeah. So we have to learn what each other's language is when it comes to that, especially if you're overwhelmed with people pleasing. I love to coach women how to express their needs to their spouse, to their partner, to their kids, everything.
What are some of the ways then we can identify what the family needs, starting with our partners and then maybe our children?
Yeah. So I would say what I like to do is start with, what is their personality like? I have a thing I coach on about understanding who our judge and saboteurs are in our life. So who are theirs? Like, I show up as a people pleaser and avoider. How do they show up in that world? And we talk about how to identify those. We have a test you can take, but if you don't want to take the test, we talk about ways to identify it. So then you have to talk to that avoider or that controller, right? If people think they have to be in control of everything, we have to talk about how they can release and count on you to help. Like they don't have to control everything. It's not going to be done perfectly, especially like if you run a business or you're a professional person. What if you let somebody else on your team help you? You might learn more from that person and be like, oh, I didn't think about doing it that way. So it's really understanding what their personalities and how they communicate and talk to that person. Like I know for me, I don't like confrontation. So my husband and I grew up in a household, if my parents were mad at each other, they didn't talk to each other for like 2 weeks, and all of a sudden you're like walking on eggshells around the house, and all of a sudden you come home, everything's fine. Like that's all I knew how to communicate. So when I met my husband, I was the avoider and didn't like confrontation. So when we would have a disagreement or something was bothering me, I would shut down, and he'd be like, "I can't help you if I don't know," and I would just ignore it. And finally, he started having the conversation for me, and I was like, "Oh, I wouldn't have said that to you." And so it, change it. So we created this. You got to create that language. So our language started to become, "Hey, I have something that's on my mind. Are you open to receiving it right now?" And what we do is we allow each other 24 hours. We allow each other to say, "No, I'm not open. I'm not in a mindset to hear you out right now, but I promise you, within 24 hours, I will be." The cool thing that happens is 24 hours go by, you might think about like, oh, it's not such a big deal, or this, or you frame out how you want to talk about it.
I think that is so wise because communication, I've said this so many times, Pearl. We grow up 1 years old, 2 years old, 5 years old. We are taught how to speak. We can form words and make sounds, but communicate, I feel this. This is what I'm going through. It's a struggle. And I remember one of our earlier guests, when I asked her the question was, is it difficult for parents to speak to their children as people and for children to speak to their parents as people? What about now the parents involved? Like, is it a struggle for both parents to speak to each other like people and not default to, oh, that's my husband, that's my wife, that's my partner? Do you see people struggling to speak to them outside of their actual title within the home?
That's really powerful, because that's one thing that I talk about is like, you're right. Our kids like that, like when they start learning to talk to like that 7 years old, we hear it all the time, but it's very true. How you speak, how you talk to them, right? Like, don't talk to me right now. I'm talking to the adults, so go in the corner, right? I'll get back to you, right? Instead of saying, hey, Johnny, mommy's talking to so-and-so right now. Give me 5 minutes and I'll come back to you, right? Like set up the expectations that I hear you and I'm going to come talk to you, right? We don't do that often, and we need to do that. And, people go, well, you can't talk to your kids like they're friends. You can teach them how to communicate like they are heard, and still have the boundaries I need to have as a parent. You know, one of my son Matthew's friends came to visit me. Chuck and I, we were having a small birthday party for his daughter. He was going through some stuff custody wise with the mother of the child, and she walks in my house, 5 years old, with a big Apple Watch on her arm, and I'm like, really, like, what's that up with? And so we're in the middle of singing happy birthday to her, and this little girl's watch rings, and it's the mother, while the dad's got time with her, calling her to find out what she's doing. That little girl's reaction jumped, like, oh my gosh, like she was like scared immediately. I pulled him aside and I'm like, listen, I'm going to grab you by the cojones and tell you right now, you don't get that straightened under control, you are setting that little girl up for some emotional trauma in her life. You've got to figure this out, the two of you, to communicate and not put her in the middle. Because then it's like, how do I make mommy happy? How do I make daddy happy? Right? And how do I make that person happy? How do I make that man later on in my life that I meet happy, and, you know, and not have, and leave my emotions beside. So we have to understand that how we speak to one another, whether we're kids or people at work, it's heard, and emotions, and, you know, it's really, really important. And, you know, Tony said something about how people talk to you. Like, one of the big things for my grieving is people would say, I don't know what to say. And I was like, that's all I want you to say to me. You know, it's okay to say, Pearl, I don't know what to say. Chuck, I don't know what to say. I don't know what the words are. That's okay, because I don't have words either to know why I lost my son. I don't have words either to describe my grief, but I do know that I have to continue moving forward in my life somehow, some way.
How can we then stress the importance of the communication piece when it comes to building healthy connection within the household?
We have to, so the one thing, especially if kids at home, they're watching you, all the eyes are watching you. But also, you know, part of my journey and my story is I've had to divorce my parents because of their behaviors. They got divorced themselves, but I've had to divorce them because of their behaviors, harmfulness to my kids, harmfulness to me and my family. And people would say to me, well, they're your parents. Don't you owe them respect? Or how can you divorce them? And I was like, I would look at them, and I said to somebody one time, I'm like, so if this was Chuck, who, yeah, I've been married to for 40 years, and all of a sudden started treating me like that, are you telling me I should stay with him and be narcissist treatment, gaslighted treated? Do you think that's okay? And they're like, well, no. I'm like, so how's it any different? I had a pastor tell me one time, we don't get to pick our parents. God does. We're always going to love them. But this is our life and our ball game. So what I would say is, what are the rules of your life? What do you want to accept or not accept? What are your ethics? What are your core values? And if people don't align up to that, including your job, if your job you're working at does not line up to that, keep working, but find something that does. Because the ultimate end game is you want to be happy. You want to live the life that you are supposed to live, and not try to divert off of what that is. Because the other thing I will say, and this is pretty heavy, so if you're listening, listen carefully, is that we are not promised tomorrow. And Tony and I both, and you, we're living this. So if tomorrow doesn't come for you, and all I can do is say what I saw you do for yourself, not your titles and all that stuff. If 10 people can't say 10 different things they saw you do, like for me, I'll take staycations. I live in Florida. I'll go to the beach. I'll sit in my front porch swing. I'll walk out the door all of a sudden, go for a walk. Different things like that, whatever that is, instead of just your titles, then we need to talk. We need to talk about divorcing that stuff that's holding you back from stepping into who you're supposed to be. Because when we step into who we're supposed to be, then we show up the way we want to, and then we're more present with those people we love and the things we want to do.
And I'm glad that you said that, because I've always shared that 2 of the most abusive relationships you'll ever have in your life is with your job and with your parents.
Yep.
Right. And for some reason, when it comes to justifying the behavior, looking the other way, it's always your job and your parents, right? And when you look at the mistreatment, and you give a fantastic example, well, if my husband, if my wife, and my partner did this exact behavior to me, and you go ask that to 100 people, 100 people will say, leave them, right? You say, okay, if my job did this, they're like, well, you know, you need the money and you got to stay. It's part of the job. If it's your parents, you're going to leave your parents? You don't do that. If it's your children, you know, your children will leave when you're 18. Like, it's interesting to see how people in their minds, they're already conditioned to say that these two situations, there's going to be a form of abuse, which you're going to have to accept. Why do you think some people are willing to tolerate mistreatment within their household, especially if it comes from a parental figure, even though it's impacting their children as well?
Because we're told that, like generationally, we're told that they're your parents, respect them, do what they say, do what they want you to do. Like, you can't tell them no. And so, if we don't learn to communicate with our kids so they can express that feeling, then that happens. One of the big things that showed up for me as a parent was because I parent the way my parents taught me. If I say something, it goes, right? So, I didn't do that so much because Chuck was helping me with my communication. So my kids would be like, "You sound like grandpa," or "You sound like papa." Well, that would trigger me. And I was like, I would get mad. Like, I'm not my dad. So we finally came up with a code word that if I sounded anything like them, instead of them trigger me with saying "You sound like papa," we came a code word. We're big Buffalo Bills fans. Don't hate me for it, but where they would go Buffalo. And then so what would happen is instead of me being triggered, we would have a conversation. So Matt, so Nate, what about that made you want to say Buffalo? So we took my dad out of it. We took the trigger out, and we could have a conversation around why they felt I was saying something and that hurt their feelings. And then we could talk about that feeling and we could walk and work through that, right? It's funny you said something that came to my mind. We're very quick, and if there's a parent listening, I want you to listen to this. When my son Matt, because Matthew was adopted and he struggled, he was mixed race, so he struggled being the only African American mixed race child in our family, and in our family we're all white, and then in his bio family too. So he had a lot of struggles with that, and so his bio mom he would call mom, and me I was mom and she was mother, and so he'd separate that. But as he got older and we worked through all that, he would start saying it's all your fault, it's all your fault for different things, and I was getting frustrated. I'm like, okay, how do I work through this? So finally I was like, I would say, you know what? That finger, your index finger, you can point at me. I'll take that responsibility because some of that is my fault. This thumb is both of us. We've both contributed to this situation. But guess what? These three fingers, they're pointing back at you. So how are you taking the ownership? And man, can I just tell you, it was changed the conversation. We have to always think ahead of our kids and be creative and have that conversation. I shared that with somebody the other day. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna use that with my husband." I'm like, "Whatever you want to use it for, it's just great." But we have to open the communication lines is, I think, so important out of all that.
What are the benefits then within the household, as you shared, when it comes to identifying what your triggers are as a parent and working through that so it doesn't impact your children?
So the benefits truly are you're not passing down the generational behaviors. Number one, I think we're not teaching our kids how to react and how to respond. Like I said, I grew up, you just didn't talk. So if it wasn't for Chuck helping me do that, who knows if my kids would do the same response. My boys had no problem telling me what was on their mind. They would have a conversation because we created that with them. So I think it's really important to find your communication way you want to do it. I had a mentor one time, and this is a great idea. I started doing it with my boys. We did it late because they were older, but it worked. And that was that every week when they were still in school, we would do something individually together. So Matthew and I would go do something. So he loved sushi. So, or not, he played football. Sorry, I had it backwards. He played football. So we would go get he had terrible football feet. So we go for mani-pedis. We could sit there, Tremaine, and we would have the most amazing, our nail tech would crack up. We would talk about everything from sex, drugs, rock and roll. And I would talk about, this or that. And we would just, and I'm like, but that was creating the safe space. We create the safe space, and what it was is when we're at this safe space, you can tell me anything you need to tell me. There's no punishment. You're not going to lose anything. So no Game Boy loss or whatever the systems are today. I'm not, unless you've broken the law, it stays here and there's no punishment. So we created that. And what that led to is after they got out of high school, if they want to talk to me, like Matt would be like, "Hey, Mom, you want to go for sushi?" Because we both love sushi. I knew that meant he wanted to talk. And Nate was like, "You want to go catch a movie?" I knew that meant he wanted to talk. So we learned our language to be like, "Hey, code word, I need to talk with somebody." And so that's, create that is what I would say to any parent. And even in your spousal or work relationship, create that space to have that conversation.
And Pearl, as we close, I'm going to give you 3 wishes. Okay? Aladdin's genie lamp. What are 3 things you wish people knew about learning the language of their partner and why?
Oh, 3 things. That once they learn the language, communication becomes easier. I recently have a couple of friends that are in the middle of divorces because I think possibly lack of communication, especially when it comes to our love life, has led to wanting to have other outside relationships that are not acceptable. So I think if you can communicate that, then you know what the other expects. I think my second wish would be with our kids. There's so much in our world right now with our kids. So if you can learn to communicate and really truly create the safe space, and you have to honor it. If you tell me it, you're not going to be in trouble. You have to honor it. We even did that, like if they went out, if they're at a party and something's not right and you drank or whatever, just call us. We'll come home, no questions asked. We might talk about the next day, but no punishment, no nothing. I think that would be number 2. And number 3, I think my third wish truly would be, when we learn to communicate our expectations with our partners, we start showing up and we start filling our cup first, and we overflow our cup first. And there's so much truth in overflowing your cup. So then you do show up the way you want to for the others in your life.
Thank you so much for that, Pearl. That is so wise. And before I let you go, can you share where people can find you? And of course, what's next?
Yeah, so you can find me. I'm on all the social medias. It's Pearl Sharenza, and it's a really long name, but if you just start typing in CHIARENZA, you'll find me. And then you can find me at wsliving.com. That's wsliving.com. But what's next is in about 3 weeks, we're kicking off our Keep It Simple Shiro program. It's a 3-month program on everything we just talked about. And we've got tips and things that help you say no, sleep better, and take back your life without guilt.
Thank you so much for that, Pearl. I'm so happy that you joined us today. And thank you again for the conversation. I look forward to speaking to you again.
Same here. I look forward to talking to you too. Have a great rest of your day. This is a beautiful thing you did.
Thank you so much, Pearl. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So to everyone out there, that is our last guest for today. So thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Virtual Summit. It was an honor. We had fantastic guests, fantastic interaction, and everyone that's involved. Many, many blessings to you, and enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for your time.